Good morning, 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and it seems like our thunderstorms just came out of nowhere overnight. A system is parked over the Nashville area, and it's dumping some heavy rains. Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro.
With very heavy rainfall coming down. Some areas with training heavier downpours are seeing some flooding now. We have a flash flood warning in effect from Hohenwald all the way through the Napier area. This is parts of Lewis and Perry counties.
And that flash flood warning has been extended to 7 o'clock this morning. Now, for all of us, got to watch for water ponding on the roads as you commute this morning. Police are investigating after the body of an 18-year-old male from Colombia was recovered from the Duck River near Highway 31 bridge in Colombia. Channel 4 talked to a fisherman who says this isn't the first time that a body's been found in that river right there.
They kayak a lot down through here. They let the kayaks out right down here and they go downstream. Go different ways. Whole lot of kayaking go on down here.
Would you say it's dangerous on the water at all?
I would say a little bit. When the kids out there on them kayaks, it is for the kids, I would say. But the grown-ups, it's okay for them.
Is the water typically calm? Does it get rushing?
Yeah, it's real calm now. That's why I don't understand why they found the body, because the river's not high at all. It's really low right now.
Now, police have not publicly released the identity of the person who was found, but his family has been notified. The parents of a 6-year-old boy have now been charged in his death. Cyprian Argueta Romero and her husband initially told police that they found the boy dead while they were working in Paragon Mills. But police used GPS data from their impounded car to determine they were actually at a motel on Metroplex Drive. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
Surveillance video from the motel showing the parents in the parking lot where their 8-year-old son came out of their motel room to get them. We know that one of those parents is seen carrying the child, who appeared to be limp, from their room to their car.
Now, those parents are also facing aggravated child neglect and evidence tampering charges. Market Numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The latest inflation report sent stocks soaring to new records. Investors are hoping that the Consumer Price Index will give the Federal Reserve a reason to lower interest rates at its meeting next month. The Dow climbed 483 points. The Nasdaq added 296. The S&P gained 72. The Fed will receive one more inflation and jobs reports before the next meeting. YouTube is ready to start testing a new age verification system in the U.S. using artificial intelligence to distinguish between adults and minors based on viewing habits. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures look like we may build on those gains from yesterday. We've got the Dow futures plus 104. NASDAQ futures are up 56 and the S&P futures gaining 11. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. I'm seeing some slowdown on 40 this morning, the eastbound lanes between I-24, the split there, and Donaldson Pike exit 216B. They're saying this is road work. Really hard to believe that there is road work going on with the rain this morning, but that's what they're telling us, and it is very slow in that area. You're going to find some ponding on the roads as well in a bunch of spots this morning. Careful as you make your way in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. How many of you lost sleep last night because of all of this thunder and lightning? Holy mackerel.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I saw some serious sky-to-ground lightning when I was on my way in. I'm driving downOnneville Road towards 70, and it was just on either side of me, sky-to-ground lightning. And it did, Joan. It felt like it just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So now I'm wondering, is it still, I've been here for like 90 minutes now, so is it still raining outside? When you came in, Sam, you said that it was still raining. By the way, here's what I would like to do. As a service to WTN, would you please text in to us safely where you are and what are the conditions? Is it still raining where you are? 615-737-9986. Sam, when you came in about, 45 minutes ago? How was it?
It was like waves. So as I was pulling in the parking lot, it was starting to pick back up again. And then I had the wonderful fortune of getting into the doorway that wasn't covered while I was waiting for the automatic door to open. And
Me too.
it was a bit of a wake up. Ooh, chilly.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it started, I think, about 1 o'clock in the morning. I think right about there, 1:30 in the morning. Bandit, of course, everybody knows my dog goes bat crap crazy when it does this. I felt so bad because I had to leave to come to work. I know that right now, my wife is probably listening to me at 5:08 in the morning because the dog has kept her up since I left. Because I was able to, matter of fact, I put a picture up of the dog as he was, snuggling up right next to me as the thunder and the rain was all happening because he gets all nervous and stuff. And so I had dog hair and slobber like all over me. So
What kind of dog is Bandit?
a pain in the ass dog. I don't know if you ever heard of that breed, a pain in the ass dog. It's
Medium long hair, gets everywhere.
Yes, that's exactly right. And when I'm leaving, the dog, I see him go upstairs and he is headbutting Riker's door. So Riker, no doubt, was woken up as well. And I don't know what to do in that situation. It's like, look, I got to go to work. And
You can't do anything. You have to go to work.
I got to go to work.
Yeah.
It's what I do. And you know what? When she leaves and that stupid dog wakes me up, there's no sympathy for yours truly. I'll hear about that later. Anyway, so are you guys on the super text line? Because I'm generally curious as to what's happening with the...
Livingston? Do you know where Livingston is?
Nope.
Okay. Livingston, Tennessee, raining cats and dogs.
Okay.
Lots of poodles or poodles. Murfreesboro, steady rain. Rockville, light rain and lightning. Still raining in Hampshire.
Okay.
Couchville Road between Mount Juliet and Smyrna is pouring down.
Okay.
Legardo, Wilson County, rain and lightning. Clarksville, no rain.
Okay.
Dry in Joelton.
All right. So
Wow, a lot of
definitely there's
people.
still...
Yeah.
There's still a lot of rain out there, and you definitely got to be careful. 40 westbound, when I'm driving in, 40 westbound, the right lanes, and it's always in the same place, westbound 40 come into work, where coming up on like Hermitage Road and all that,
Yeah.
man, there was just water everywhere. So, you're driving in the right lanes, and you got to go over to the center or the left lanes because there's so much ponding.
Yeah,
as they say.
that's the worst. I ran into some of that too.
Checking the radar, it looks like whatever came through this morning is going to be phasing itself out to the east.
Phasing itself out to the east.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Does it say a time there,
I'm
Sam?
just watching the active radar Doppler move it across. So that's for the morning showers. I'm sure we might get some stuff in the afternoon, according to Stefano.
No rain in Franklin, Kentucky, 0210. Thank you for listening out there in Franklin, Kentucky, and everywhere. And there is a lot going on. Let's get right to it. Super text line is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWD. My computer is acting really weird today, so I'm trying to
It's a daily occurrence.
You know what? It is a daily occurrence, and it's not the host.
Right.
I blame everyone else but me.
It's a daily Dan occurrence.
Yeah.
It's a daily Dan occurrence. That is exactly right. All right. So, Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser. Did you see this yesterday, Joan, where the police chief, a woman named Pamela Smith.
Yes.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you have Muriel Bowser, who is the mayor of Washington, D.C. Then you have the police chief, a woman named Pamela Smith, and she flubbed an answer from the media. I want you to listen to this.
Tell us what the chain of command is now? What does that mean?
What does the chain of command
What
mean?
does that mean?
How in the world are you the police chief and you don't know what the chain of command means?
DEI hire.
But she has a sick fade with her hair. Her hair's nice. That's what matters, right, for police chief?
Well, perhaps to some, not to me, clearly. A sick fade? Okay.
I don't know what that is either.
All right, thank you, Joan. I didn't want to be the one to say it. By the way, coming up at 5:35, I truly need help. Perhaps from Joan, perhaps from Sam, perhaps from the listening audience. Simone Sanders, who, of course, her idiocy far and wide over there on MSNBC, she said something that I'm truly trying to understand. And so at 5:35, Joan and Sam, I'm going to play a piece of audio for you that I'm hoping that you can help me interpret, because I am conservative to the core. And I'm trying to understand what she meant when she said something yesterday. And so I'm hoping that maybe the three of us and maybe the super texters, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll take some phone calls, what she meant by a certain thing that she said yesterday. My mind is absolutely blown. So I'm going to do that at 5:35. But this whole thing about the chain of command. Now, Pamela Smith, the police chief in Washington, D.C., people are saying, oh, she's a DEI hire. She was the chief equity officer for, I guess, DEI previous to this job. That was her last job. However, I want to be fair, because a lot of other people out there are saying, oh, you know, she was the chief equity officer. She's a DEI hire and all this kind of stuff. She actually does have some experience when it comes to police forcing, if you will. She began her career in '98 as a patrol officer, a canine handler, and a senior instructor at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. She was the assistant chief to the Homeland Security Bureau in April of 2023. She became the first black female chief of Metro PD in Washington, D.C. in November of 2023. So when she says this...
Tell us what the chain of command is now? What does that mean?
It's even scarier knowing that she has experience. She's not just a DEI hire. She actually has a considerable amount of law enforcement experience. So how in the world does she not know what the chain of command is? I don't even work in law enforcement. Joan, neither do you, and Sam, neither do you. We all know what the chain of command is.
Right.
How do you think she shanked that answer? So then, if you've seen the video, then you have Muriel Bowser, the, in my opinion, equally as a ridiculous mayor of Washington, D.C., comes in and she tries to answer the question about the chain of command. So it is baffling to me how the police chief of Washington, D.C. has no idea what exactly is a chain of command. But, Joan, you know what a chain of command is.
Yeah, like you're Dan.
Yeah.
This is the Dan Mandis show. You're Dan of the Dan Mandis show.
Theoretically, yes.
And if you make a line to the right, below that is the news person,
Mm-hmm.
and then make a line below the news person to the right.
And that's Sam. Don't forget that, Sam.
Yeah.
Don't forget who's in charge of this show, Sam. It's Joan and then me.
So it's not Paul.
Well, there's him too, the program director.
Yeah. Why do we have to go there?
We don't want to go there.
We just wanted to establish the three of us.
The three of us. But
Who
if you want
goes
to do
to get the coffee?
if you want to do a chain of command,
Sam.
it's it is Sam, Joan, Dan, Paul, and then the corner office, and then she's got her own bosses. But obviously, here's the deal.
Yeah.
Any normal person knows what a chain of command is.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point. It is 5:15. Time to check the very wet roadways on WTN.
Okay, so they're still saying that it is road work this morning, 40 eastbound, that's slowing things down. After the split through Donaldson Pike, they've got apparently one lane open in that spot. Also, Southside Green Street at Decatur Avenue, there's a crash involving injuries, and it's already slow on 24 westbound this morning. This is pretty early for this to start, but it's been a tough go on 24 westbound coming in. Backs up around the Smyrna area this morning, and there's ponding in the lanes to the far left and to the far right, so careful as you're driving in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:17, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Mostly cloudy today, humid, with a couple of showers and chances for a thunderstorm or two. High of 89, feeling like 97. I think the chances of a thunderstorm have actually become, we are having thunderstorms. Somebody's asking me, why am I only playing 3 seconds of the audio clip, Dan? That's all I need, isn't it? I'm not taking anything out of context. You saw this audio, Sam, and there's nothing being taken out of context here. She literally said, what does that mean? And that's when the mayor came in. I'm not taking anything out of context.
Are we supposed to act like she wasn't consulted before this announcement was made, the chief of police, before the president gets out in front of the people and announces what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
And now that question comes through, and she not only doesn't have an answer, she's confused by the question. That's what is shocking, and that's why you only need 3 seconds.
Right. Yeah, seriously, I really do. I only need 3 seconds of this audio bite. Usually, I do understand, though, that usually I play a lot longer sound bites to tell a story, but, I mean, this is the question.
Tell us what the chain of command is now. What does that mean?
And
The beauty of that clip is actually the visual of right after she says, what does that mean? Realizes that she just said something dumb and steps back, and the mayor steps right in to fill the void.
The mayor steps in. Let me answer that question.
Yeah.
In all fairness, she's not a biologist.
Here's the other funny thing. It would have been different if she would have said, I'm not sure what the chain of command is. But she said, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Everybody knows what a chain of command is. That's my whole point. People are lighting up this woman on social media again, saying that she has nothing but a DEI hire. And this is the consequences of a DEI hire. Somebody saying,
Tell us what the chain of command is now. What does that mean?
But again, she does have a lot of experience in law enforcement, which to me makes the whole thing even scarier. So we'll continue to.
Have you ever had a presser, Dan? Have you ever done public, question taking? I'm sure you have.
Oh yeah, I mean it broadcasts things. People ask us questions. Sure.
Do you take at least longer than half a second to reply to questions?
Yes.
She just immediately fired with that. That's what makes it so funny.
That's almost as funny as Marsha Blackburn's answer to January 6th. What? All right, let's see here. You know what? I was well danned before you were here, so you don't get to say well Dan to me. Actually, you can.
I do.
Yes, you do. You can both, and the audience can well Dan me. Oh, Lord, the well danning yesterday when I got Memphis confused with directions and all that.
Mason. You got Mason confused in the directions.
I got Mason confused. I said Mason was southeast of Nashville, and it's actually southwest. But in fairness to me, well, I'm not a woman, so I shouldn't be directionally challenged.
And whoa, mister.
About to say, Joan finds her way in from Coffee County every morning.
She sure does. She sure does. All right.
Thanks to GPS.
Wow. Hey, do you want to hear the Breakfast Club? You know, Charlemagne and all those people play the race card. All right, real quick, because I'm going to do a whole big thing on this in the 6 o'clock hour, but I want to kind of get the ridiculousness out of the way. So there's all of this statistical evidence that is out there that cities like Baltimore and New York and Los Angeles are incredibly dangerous. So listen to this comment.
He wants to send the message to cities that if he can get away with this in Los Angeles, if he can get away with this in D.C., he can get away with it in New York or Baltimore or Chicago or any other place where millions of people live, work, and are doing everything the right way.
All right, so you heard what she said. Last year, and I'm just going to go through the cities that she mentioned. Baltimore, 4th most dangerous city in America. Washington, D.C., despite what they say, crime is incredibly high, 29% higher than other cities its size. We debunked the whole crime is going down in Washington, D.C. yesterday. They're playing and manipulating with the facts. L.A. has a crime rate that is almost 30% higher than the national average. And by the way, that is per 100,000 people. So this isn't, oh, it's higher because of the number of people BS. No, this is based on the rate of crimes per 100,000 people. New York is actually, believe it or not, doing better, but still has a lot of crime. And obviously it is New York. But despite all of this statistical evidence, the Breakfast Club plays the race card.
Every city you just named has a black mayor.
That's correct.
Well, I think that he attacks cities with large urban populations, and most of them have black mayors. And so, yeah, I won't comment on whatever the racial component is.
I think she just did. Didn't Muriel Bowser just comment on the racial proponent of all of this? I'm reasonably certain that she did.
And most of them have black mayors. And so, yeah, I won't comment on whatever the racial component is. I'm sure there's something to that. But I know where there are large urban populations, major American cities have black leadership.
And they have a lot of crime. And you know what the thing is? I don't look at color of skin. I don't. I look at statistics. I look at behavior. That's what I look at. And so when I see the crime rate of these, urban centers, these urban neighborhoods, these city streets, and I see a high crime rate, well, okay, then there's high crime in those neighborhoods. It just so happens that there is a black mayor. Okay, well then those black mayors are Democrats. And this is a direct, in my opinion, this is a direct consequence of Democrats and their policies, which are by and large soft on crime. I don't care about the color of anybody's skin. When you have policies that basically restrict the level of consequences or charges that you can put on people who commit crime, well, then basically what you're doing is you are encouraging more crime. And again, I don't care what the color of your skin is. When you encourage crime, guess what happens? Yeah, crime. 524. All right, so coming up, what the hell is Simone Sanders talking about? I truly don't understand what she is talking about. I can't wait to hear Joan's take, Sam's take, your take as well. That is all coming up. It is 524, and Joan has the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, so much rain and so little time, and it's causing a problem with our morning commute. Also, a bit of a surprise. We'll tell you who agrees with President Trump sending in the National Guard to D.C. Got those stories and more coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:29 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. You know what can be very disconcerting, Joan?
What's that?
When a super texter texts in 8813 and says, "Oh, Dan, no." And it's like, oh, God, what did I say? Do you know what I mean? It's like he or she is very emphatic. "Oh, Dan, no." And it's like, no what, man? What did I do? Did I screw up directions again? I was very careful not to mess up 40 westbound at Hermitage is where all that flooding is. I wanted to make sure that I didn't screw up my directions again. So I'm curious as to what it is that I said. Anyway, whatever.
Oh, they didn't expand on that?
No, that's literally all the somewhere around 5:20 a.m. I said, "Oh," she said, "Oh, Dan, no."
Oh, what you said about women drivers.
Oh, that?
See, Dan.
8813, clearly a female. Hey, it's time for Joan Jones and the news on WTN.
Good morning. Yeah, 5:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Those thunderstorms are moving out now, but a flash flood warning has been extended for parts of Lewis and Perry counties until 7 a.m. There is also a flood advisory issued for some other areas.
It does include Murfreesboro, Smyrna, Gladeville, Almaville, Cool Springs, Brentwood, Franklin, Leapers Fork. There's still a flood advisory a little farther to the north from Green Hills to downtown Nashville, Mount Juliet, Hendersonville, Madison, Gallatin, Greenbrier. 2, maybe up to 3 inches have come down in the last 3 hours in some of those areas.
And that flood advisory is also until 7 o'clock this morning. Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro telling us the storm system will move out to the east. The U.S. could have its first hurricane of the season affecting Puerto Rico over the weekend.
We're watching Tropical Storm Erin still promising to become a major hurricane as it heads north of the Caribbean islands by the weekend, and most of the guidance keeps it east of the U.S. East Coast. However, it'll send some big waves and rip currents in our direction by next week.
That's ABC News meteorologist Jeff Smith. In Washington, D.C., the National Guard troops are on patrol for the first time since President Trump launched his crackdown on crime. And actually, they're being welcomed with open arms.
It comes as Washington, D.C.'s crime statistics face new scrutiny. The head of the police union claims city officials are exaggerating the recent drop in crime.
We're still averaging around 200 homicides. Frankly, the city is dangerous. It continues to be dangerous. Anyone that operates in the city or lives in the city knows that.
Washington, D.C.'s Attorney General firing back, saying the police union chairman has his facts wrong.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so yes, it is still construction this morning. The eastbound lanes of 40, it's slow going. 24 at the split there through Donaldson Pike, exit 216B, and we're being told that drivers are being pushed to the right and then to the left. So a little confusing out there. There's only one lane of traffic while they're doing that construction this morning. Some road work there. It's also a crash in South Side on Green Street at Decatur Avenue. That one involving some injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes. Every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to you, my friends. Hope you are doing well. By the way, watch us anywhere, Facebook, X, 997WTN.com, Rumble. I cannot buy a follower on Rumble. Also, YouTube. And if you want to see the radio show, that's where you can. Take the YouTube poll. We'll talk about that in a second. Listen to us anywhere you get your podcasts. Of course, 997WTN.com as well. Remind me what the poll is, Sam, because for the love of all that is holy, I can't even remember what the poll is.
Trade school or college.
Oh.
Trade can't be replaced by AI, or college prefer the indoctrination.
Sam got mad at me, Joan, for that college prefer the indoctrination.
Yeah.
Because, he is almost a college graduate. And so, but you are based, is what you are.
They tried.
So
they tried to indoctrinate me. It didn't work.
It doesn't happen, everyone. I sent 3 kids to college, and all 3 came back conservative, red as all heck. It depends on I think, how much discussion you have with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly right, Joan.
Yeah.
I think age is, as an older student going back, having life experience and being out in the real world for a bit.
Yeah, that
you're not going to
probably
convince
matters too.
Definitely helps.
Yeah.
Where you go, your experience going in. I've spoken to parents who have sent their kids off to college, and they were good conservative kids, but with each returning semester, at the end of each semester, they become more and more left because of the indoctrination and completely taking over what the parents had taught them. So it obviously depends, but there's clearly an attempt to indoctrinate at the colleges. So what are people saying? Because I've got a big story on what is going on with trade schools across America these days. But what are people saying? What do people prefer, the trade schools or the colleges?
96% of the YouTube chat prefers trade schools.
Yeah, it's a shocker.
It's almost like we're a blue-collar state or something.
There's a slanted poll if I've ever seen one, my poll question. All right, real quickly. I am truly having a hard time figuring out this audio bite. This is Simone Sanders. Now, if you don't know who she is, do you know who Simone Sanders is, Joan?
She's a commentator.
She's a commentator on MSNBC. I think maybe
okay.
whatever. She looks like a linebacker. And I'm not saying
yes.
that. She does. She's the one that looks like a linebacker. I'm not saying that as an insult. She looks like a linebacker, and that's fine. No big deal whatsoever. What was that?
I had to Google your comparison.
Does she not look like a linebacker?
She could play Lawrence Taylor in a movie.
Thank you. So she said this on MSNBC, and I'm hoping that either Sam, because, Sam's smarter than all of us because he's gone to college, right? So this is Simone Sanders on MSNBC about safety and do more police make streets safer?
Streets.
All right, so let's try that again. Sam, college education, can't keep my audio up. Here we go.
You don't think more police make streets safer?
No, Joe. I'm a black woman in America. I do not always think that more police make streets safer. When you walk down the streets of Georgetown, you don't see a police officer on every corner, but you don't feel unsafe. So what is it about talking about places like Southeast D.C., right? Ward 8, if you will, that people say, well, we need more officers to make us safe. I think we have to rethink what safety means in America.
We have to rethink what safety means in America. What is that? I don't understand what that means. This whole clip is 26 seconds of confusion.
So what she's trying to say, Georgetown is a very wealthy area.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not finding crime there
Mm-hmm.
for the most part.
Okay.
You are finding it in the southeast part of D.C., where it has always been a mess. So what she's trying to imply here is that it's only not safe in the southeast because poor people live there.
Is that what she's trying to say?
Yeah.
Why doesn't she just say it?
Well, because
if we need to rethink what safety means.
Yeah.
Safety means being able to walk down the street and not fearing for your life.
Yeah.
That's what safety means. And as far as the police go, well, the cops need to go where the criminals are.
Amen. I mean that's obvious.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, here's a few things that I learned in life. You got to fish where the fish are, hunt where the game is, and patrol where the crime is. Right?
Makes perfect sense.
But I'm still stuck on the rethink what safety means.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Rethink what safety means. Safety means that people are able to walk down the street and not be mugged, raped, or killed. Democrats are so nonsensical.
Yeah.
What was the phrase that you used, Sam? You and I were talking about this. Big word think?
Big brain speak.
Big brain speak.
Yeah.
So something that the Democrats do, and I've noticed this, is that they will sometimes use this more academic, in my opinion, nonsensical way of speaking so that they don't have to answer a question directly. Let's rethink what safety means. Okay. Well, how do you rethink what safety means? Safety is a very basic concept in America. And I don't care what color the skin of the hoodlums that are going to mug, rape, or kill you. But if you've got a bunch of hoodlums, a bunch of thugs, if you will, in Southeast Washington, D.C., well, there is no safety there. So if you want to redefine what that means, I mean, we can try, but safety is safety. That's the bottom line. I mean, I think this is why the Democrats can't solve any problems. The reason the Democrats can't solve any problems is because they are busy refusing to look at problems in an honest way. I mean, is there a lot of crime in Southeast Washington, D.C.? I mean, Joan would know more than I would, but
Yes.
I mean,
Yes,
obviously
there
it sounds
is.
like there is. And so if that's where all the bad guys are, okay, well then that's where the police got to go. And you got these knuckleheads, you know, these academics and these commentators that will say, well, more police cause crime. What? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Belle Meade is not rampant with crime, even though they have their own special little police force.
Yeah, you know what? Whatever. All right. John Oliver. I'm going to do this real quick. So John Oliver was talking about Chuck Schumer. And apparently over the years, Chuck Schumer, heard this on Red Eye, Chuck Schumer apparently has an entirely fictional Long Island couple named Joe and Eileen Bailey that he speaks to and speaks about on a regular basis, even though they don't exist.
But I actually want to talk less about Chuck Schumer himself and more about two of his favourite people, Joe and Eileen Bailey. They're a couple that throughout Schumer's career, he has talked about a lot.
They're a middle-class couple in Massapequa, which is a suburb on Long Island.
Joe and Eileen Bailey, this middle-class couple, they bought into Reagan Republicanism in 1980. Joe and Eileen are worried about losing their jobs or their friends' jobs.
The Baileys really don't believe in trickle-down. They don't believe in a whole lot of government spending, but they believe in tax breaks for kids to go to college. He's an insurance adjuster and lives in the New York suburbs. By New York standards, he makes $50,000 a year. If he lived in the middle of the country, he'd make $40,000.
These people don't exist.
It's his imaginary friends.
It's his imaginary friends that he is talking about. And I mean, this goes back, if you can tell, that this goes back years because Chuck Schumer, they're going from modern day backwards, and he looks younger and younger and younger with every clip.
Wife works in a medical office. She makes about 20. She might make 15 elsewhere. And, you know, I have guided my political life through the Baileys.
The Baileys have guided Chuck Schumer's political life, which is a little weird given they don't exist. Seriously, he invented them. Schumer first introduced the world to the Baileys in his 2007 book, Positively American, Winning Back the Middle-Class Majority, One Family at a Time. In it, he mentions the Baileys an astonishing 265 times in 264 pages. But he'd apparently been talking about them for years before the book was published. One of his former spokespeople said he's always asking, what would the Baileys think? And to be fair, Schumer acknowledges that some may find this a little weird.
If you ask my staff, I've been talking about and talking to the Baileys for 15 years. I have conversations with them.
I bet the Baileys think that he is bat crap crazy.
Oh.
That's
and
what I
if the
think.
Baileys don't, a lot of other people do.
Oh, exactly.
What?
One of my staffers once said I had imaginary friends to the press. Got me in some trouble. But these people are real, and I respect them, and I really love them, and I care about them.
Wait a minute. He just said they're imaginary, but then he says these people are real. Should we do a wellness check on Chuck Schumer? 'Cause I think they're finally done with Dana Bash from yesterday.
Yeah.
So now they got to go see Chuck Schumer.
We all knew that there was something wrong after the picture of the raw hamburger with the
cheese on it?
Cheese on top, yeah.
That was so funny.
Afton Bain, that is what you call a grift.
I wonder if Joe and Eileen Bailey would eat that raw hamburger that he had the cheese on.
Yeah.
I wonder if they would get sick.
OK, sure, but they're literally not real, Chuck. But even if you can understand the potential utility of creating a prototypical voter in your head, this goes way beyond that, because Schumer's given the Baileys an unnecessarily detailed backstory. For instance, he said Joe takes off his cap and sings along with the national anthem before the occasional Islanders game. OK. And when their daughter Megan, oh yeah, they've got kids, by the way, told Eileen a friend was caught cheating on a quiz, Eileen was appalled because lying is not tolerated in the house ever. Also, Eileen apparently helps with the clothing drive at her church, and her father had a prostate cancer scare a few years ago. Again, this is a made-up family. None of these people exist. But wait, I'm still not done. Apparently, Joe Bailey would never have a goatee. They watch Sex and the City and Desperate Housewives, though Joe pretends not to like either show. They think most baseball players probably take steroids, and if they were to ever go out to a Chinese restaurant, they would order Kung Pao chicken. That is a J.R.R. Tolkien level of gratuitous backstory, and I don't say that lightly. But the Baileys do seem to have a lot of sway over Schumer's politics, as he's brought them up when discussing everything from the 2008 financial crisis to cybersecurity, which he framed as protecting the security the Baileys feel when they go online to buy birthday presents. And to hear Schumer tell it, the Baileys' views can be complicated.
The Baileys are not anti-immigration, but they are anti-illegal immigration. They really dislike the Enron executives who stole money, but they hate the people who burn the flag even more. They are pro-choice. They understand that a fundamental decision like that should be made by the individual, but they're glad their church isn't.
Really? Are you sure about that? And the more you hear about the Baileys, the more it feels like they represent a very particular slice of the electorate. Schumer said that they supported the civil rights and anti-Vietnam War movements because they understood that morality was on the side of the protesters. But starting in the late 60s, when those protesters cursed the returning veterans and Stokely Carmichael advocated armed resistance against the white ruling class, the Baileys were lost, which, fun fact, is both a misleading history of the civil rights movement and what people who never supported it tend to say. And yet Schumer will insist the Baileys' concerns are widespread and that they could just as easily have been the Ramirez's of Port Chester, the Kims of Elk Grove, California, or the Saleems of Dearborn, Michigan. But crucially, for all he talks about how much he loves the Baileys, they don't seem to return that love, because in 2021, he explained how the Baileys had voted in the past few presidential elections.
They voted for Clinton, and then they voted for Bush. They're not a member of one party or another. They're independent.
Did they vote for Donald Trump?
Both of them did in 2016. Joe Bailey still did in 2020 with misgivings.
What the? I don't... Like,
So the whole notion of having a prototypical voter, or like in your case, Dan, like a prototypical listener, you need to know your audience. Like that's 101, Radio 101, right?
Yep.
But to develop this into such
Minutia.
Yeah.
Minutia.
Like, there's something wrong there.
Well, and here's the other thing. According to Chuck Schumer, the Baileys would never, ever lie. They don't like lying. Yet Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer lied to the Baileys and the American people about Joe Biden, right? About his mental acuity. That's number one. Number two, they don't mind legal immigration, but they hate illegal immigration. Well, Chuck, how the hell do the Baileys feel about the Biden administration?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he said those things before Joe Biden. You know how you can tell? Because he had more hair and less wrinkles.
I put it in the same category as when anyone's, well, I talked to my constituents, and then that figure gives their opinion as if it came from, the people that voted for them or something. This is on a much worse scale. You've now created a whole life of people that don't exist.
You know what I think? I think Chuck Schumer actually never speaks to his constituents, which is why he has to make up constituents.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what it is. All right, it is a 5:52.
Already?
It is.
Wow.
Time flies when you're trying to fill time. Joan Jones, what is coming up in the news at 6?
Well, I want to let you know that the body of a missing Kentucky boy has now been recovered. We'll tell you who's been charged in his death. Also, what a hiker did in a state park just before he was killed. Stick around for that and more coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Is it still raining out, folks?
It's raining. Oh, are you asking listeners?
I'm asking listeners. 615-737.
What are you talking about?
Well, you guys are folks too. 615-737-9986. But I happen to know for a fact, I like to say, Joan, that I'm right a lot, but I never really know how right I am sometimes. You know what I mean? I happen to know for a fact that I am right about the fact that it is not raining inside the radio station right now. That I know. So when I say, hey, folks, is it raining? I know that it's not raining on you two folks, but I want to know what's going on outside.
I see.
Did you get all that?
4214 on the text line. This is Mr. Bailey. I just want to set the record straight and clear. I do not like Chuck Schumer, and I've never met the man. Sorry, I just lied. Mr. Bailey would not like that.
There. By the way, 6090, this is for you, Sam. The new guy, I love your contributions and comments already on Dan's show. Keep up the great work.
Well, thank you.
By the way, Sam, just so you know, you're paid in compliments here. We don't actually pay you money. I don't know if you figured that out yet.
And vegetables and sweet treats. Thank you, John.
Vegetables and sweet treats. That's exactly right.
There you go.
So coming up next, did you hear what Abby Phillip, the new nickname is for Donald Trump? Did you hear what that is?
No.
Joan? You haven't heard that?
No.
Okay, we'll tell you because Donald Trump has got to love his new nickname, and apparently MAGA is all in on Donald Trump's new nickname. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the latest from Adam Schiff and a whole lot more. The super text line is open, 615-737-9986. Looks like we do still have some scattered showers as well. Anthony says, yeah, Sam, Dan pays you in bad jokes as well. You know what the great thing is? I have no limit on bad jokes. I've actually realized that about myself. My wife says, why do you tell all the bad jokes? I said, I don't know. They just happen, and they just never seem to stop.
You're just blessed in that capacity.
I am blessed in that only
blessed?
capacity. I said blessing for you too. Anyway, it is 6 o'clock on WTN. Oof.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got an update on our weather for you. There is still a flash flood warning for parts of Lewis and Perry counties where there's been anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rain overnight. There's also a flood advisory for some places, too. Here's Stefano.
Bellevue, Westmead, Nashboro Village, downtown Nashville, Antioch, Laverne, Smyrna, the Governor's Club, Nolensville, Cool Springs, Almaville, Arrington, Leapers Fork. Flood advisory continues until 7 o'clock this morning.
Now, the problem there is 7 Mile Creek at Blackman Road. It's over this action stage, that's 6 feet, and it could get to minor flood stage, that's about 9 feet within the next hour. We're keeping an eye on that. Storms right now are over the Manchester and McMinnville area as they head south and east, and they'll be out of here soon. The search for a missing 10-year-old in Kentucky is now over. The body of Jaden Spicer discovered in the shallow grave after a week-long search for the boy. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
Kentucky State Police saying that they received some new information that led them to him and pointed to involvement from his mother, Felicia Gross, who has now been charged with manslaughter, abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and false reporting. Police have not said how Spicer died.
There's some heated exchanges at last night's Metro School Board meeting, with some parents calling for the resignation of Superintendent Adrian Battle. This comes, of course, after that $6 million lawsuit was settled with former employees who said that Battle discriminated against them. The parents say that money could have been better spent.
As a taxpayer, as someone who cares deeply about our schools, I can't help but to think about where the money could have gone and who it could have served. Our exceptional education students, and as an exceptional education parent, some of our most vulnerable in Metro Public Schools, they need more than the bare minimum.
Metro Nashville schools deny any wrongdoing. A hiker in South Middle Tennessee has died after being bitten by a rattlesnake. This happened at Savage Gulf State Park. The Grundy County EMA saying that the man was on a trail in the park Friday afternoon. Friends told responders that man had picked the snake up when he was bitten on the hand. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, no doubt about it. There is construction, some road work that's happening on I-40 this morning, and it is causing a big mess. I-40 eastbound between the Eastern Split and Donaldson Pike. That is a big problem this morning because of the road work. One lane is open, and they're telling us that traffic is being pushed first to the right side and then to the left side. So lots of confusion in that spot. 40 downtown eastbound off-ramp to I-40 East. So at the split there, it's also still very slow. And you've also got work on Briley Parkway southbound, the off-ramp to I-40 East. That's more of that milling and paving that's going on there. And they've closed off the left lane on that off-ramp this morning. Southside Green Street at Decatur Avenue, they're still working a crash scene there. And on the 40 eastbound side, there is a crash eastbound at the split. You've got the Gore blocked off in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Talk 6:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather goes, rain does continue in some parts of Middle Tennessee. Mostly cloudy today. Humid as well. The showers and chances of thunderstorms continue throughout the day. High of 89 today. It's going to feel like 97. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, did you say that guy who died by the rattlesnake bite, he tried to pick the rattlesnake up?
Yeah, he picked it up and got bitten on the hand. Yep.
So do we need to start running public service announcements? I don't mean to criticize the dead, but I mean...
well, I think it's...
Don't pick up rattlesnakes.
Yeah.
And you know a rattlesnake because they have the little rattle in the back, right?
And the diamond on their back. The diamond design on the back.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously don't pick up rattlesnakes. You know, people have these things, and this was out in the wild, and that's fine, well and good, but some people have, like, these kinds of snakes as pets and stuff.
Yeah.
Never really understood that.
Nope.
Never really understood it. Sam apparently had a snake as a pet.
I did. It was a ball python.
Yeah.
Which obviously on your python and constrictor line of thing, you're not going to have that risk. But I had to give him to the zoo. He got belly rot. He got to be about 6 feet long. It was too big for his cage. And so I gave him to the zoo. I don't know what the zoo did with him. But to your point, Dan, there are people all over social media that are venomous animal keepers. And then you see, after so many posts that they end up dead, and you go, how did that happen?
There was a guy, they found a big, massive python in Los Angeles, and it was on top of a dumpster, and it was just so long that it was on top of the dumpster around the edges. That's how long this python was.
Wow.
Dude comes along.
I saw this.
Did you see that, Joan?
Yeah.
Dude comes along and just picks it up on the neck. That's it.
Yeah.
And nothing bad happened to him, but I mean, good Lord, why would anybody? Because that had to be somebody's pet. You don't in Los Angeles. I mean, they don't have big Florida Everglades size pythons just, in the woods around Los Angeles. It doesn't work that way. Somebody obviously had this thing as a pet.
Decided they couldn't take care of it.
And it was, I don't know if they threw it in the trash can or what, but I mean, this thing was long. And it can kill people. There was a thing, I don't mean to go dark. There was a story in, I think it was Canada, where somebody had one of these things as a pet, and it slithered through like the air conditioning ducts and all that. And it killed a couple of kids.
Yeah.
Do you remember that story, Joan? Horrible, horrible story.
There just have been many stories about snakes doing such things with children.
100-pound snake kills 2 boys during sleepover.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. I got in trouble for telling that story on the radio.
Why?
Because the guy said, nobody wants to hear about a snake killing a couple of kids.
Well, I think...
So here I am.
Yeah.
What year was that?
2020.
2020. No, this one I'm thinking about was...
Oh, 2013. My bad.
Thank you. 2013. Yeah, 2013 is when I got in trouble for that in Denver.
Oh, in Denver?
And here I am telling the same story 12 years later. Anyway, moving right along. Hey, Joan?
Yeah.
Need some audio. Speaking of snakes.
This is about as clear evidence you could find
Adam Schiff.
by the campaign to collude with the Russians. He may be the first president in quite some time to face the real prospect of jail time.
The Russians offered help. The campaign accepted help. The Russians gave help, and the president made full use of that help.
The evidence is now overwhelming and unequivocal.
So that is...
it's unbelievable.
Of course, everyone's not so favorite snake, Adam Schiff. And that is back in 2017, 2018, as he was trying to sell Russian collusion. Every single one of those sound bites, he knows that he is lying, just like Hillary, James Clapper, John Brennan, the rest of these people from the swamp and the Obama era. And as I very carefully tried to explain yesterday, you have the top of the corruption, which is Obama, Hillary, and so forth. There in the Obama administration, and Hillary running against Donald Trump. She's the one that sort of conjured up this whole thing, manufactured the accusations of Russian collusion with the dirty dossier. But then it goes down a level where Adam Schiff was in Congress, and he was there, allegedly, leaking classified information on the same topic. So this was a multifaceted effort by the Democrats to try to take out Donald Trump with these lies. It's funny. We're talking about Chuck Schumer earlier, where he was talking about his dear imaginary friends, the Baileys. And one of the things that the Baileys absolutely hated was lying. Yet the Democrats have no problem lying about Donald Trump. Now, yesterday, we told you about the news that Adam Schiff has now been accused by a whistleblower, a Democrat whistleblower, of leaking classified information as chair of the House Intelligence Committee to take out, politically assassinate Donald Trump. This is from the New York Post. Schiff authorized leaks of classified information to tarnish President Trump's image during the Russiagate probe, having assumed he would lead the CIA in a Hillary Clinton administration, according to newly released whistleblower statements. So that's one of the reasons why he was doing this. He did this because under Hillary, and you were in Washington, D.C. at the time that Hillary lost, Joan. So, there were all of these Democrats who were just certain that Hillary was going to win, people were buying houses in Washington, D.C. on the notion that Hillary was going to beat Donald Trump. And when Trump actually won, you had all of these people have to turn right back around and sell homes. It's the same thing with Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff was positive that he was going to apparently lead the CIA. And when that didn't happen because Trump won, he made it his mission to take out Donald Trump. The unidentified male source, who worked as a Democratic staffer on the House Intelligence Committee for 12 years, after more than 2 decades in the intelligence community, telling FBI agents in December of 2017 that the mood among the panel became indescribable after Donald Trump's upset that win the year before. Ranking member Adam Schiff was particularly upset as he had believed, this is a quote, that he would have been appointed as the director of the CIA had candidate Hillary Clinton won the election, according to a summary of the interview obtained by the New York Post.
It doesn't get much more serious than that. The chairman of the House Intel Committee doesn't have declassification authority over these types of documents. They are made available to Congress under very tightly controlled rules. This has been a source of tension for years. And members of both parties have gone out of their way to assure that this material would be closely held and not weaponized.
Yeah, that is, of course, Jonathan Turley, and he is a constitutional and legal analyst for Fox News. And this is serious. I mean, do you know how long, if this is ultimately proven, you know, you got to deal with the statute of limitations and all of that. But do you know that if this is actually proven and you can bring up Adam Schiff on criminal charges, of which, by the way, there are many, he could spend the rest of his life in jail. If he actually did this, and if it can actually be proven in a court of law, and they can find the receipts, and they've got the whistleblowers who always have to be believed, according to the Democrats, Adam Schiff could go to jail for the rest of his life. So it is serious. I've got more. Coming up, it is 6:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, rain does continue off and on throughout Middle Tennessee this morning. Also watch for thunderstorms throughout the day. High of 89 feels like 97 at some point through the afternoon. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So there's a whole host of charges related to what Adam Schiff is accused of doing. The leaking of classified information, of course. Again, Schiff could spend years in prison if charges are actually filed. The problem is the statute of limitations has run out, but if they can tie it to this broader conspiracy that we all know has been going on with Russiagate, then that statute of limitations would not have run out. So that is for all of the really smart people to figure out, you know, the attorneys and such. But the whistleblower is indeed a Democrat. So who's telling the truth? Well, clearly it's not Adam Schiff.
Schiff was viewed as one of the most political chairs of that committee in its history. And this is a truly chilling account, if true. Now, when I first read it, frankly, I was taken aback because it's perfectly moronic to commit such a felony with a planning conference meeting with staff. That's not usually how things are leaked in Washington, D.C. What makes this different is that this was a statement made to FBI agents. The person who made this statement was no doubt aware that lying to FBI agents is not just a crime, but a crime that was repeatedly prosecuted during prior administrations, including the Obama and Biden administrations.
Yep, right.
So making this statement puts you at risk. That's why someone's lying here, and someone's a felon.
Who do you think is lying? Who do you think is the felon? I know. I believe it's Adam Schiff. What about you? Now, this is a guy, as you know, friends, I mean, I've been here for almost 12 years. It seems like Adam Schiff has been a constant source of conversation and controversy. He was angry at the time. Hillary lost, cost him that opportunity to lead the CIA. Remember, it is important to note that this whistleblower has remained consistent for years, making these accusations to different attorneys general over the years, including Bill Barr, by the way. And they, for whatever reason, decided not to do anything. He was in the room. This whistleblower was in the room. He literally verbalized his discomfort at the time, and he did call the leaks treasonous.
Well, this is a very significant punishment. You can have, in addition to having multiple counts, you can easily go 10 years in terms of sentence, if not more, depending on the circumstances and the number of violations. Each of these leaks is an individual violation. Each of these documents would likely be charged as a violation. That type of count stacking is precisely what Mueller and others did. Remember, these are these are very similar to the types of claims made against Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago, that he removed material and improperly stored them. There were also allegations that he might have revealed them to third parties. But this is much more serious in one sense. Trump was accused of negligence in most of these counts. This would be a premeditated criminal act to release classified information to damage one's political opponents.
Now, a lot of people are saying, well, all of this doesn't matter because he was pardoned by AutoPen. That was only for J6 and his contributions, if you will, to the January 6th committee. As far as I know, and if you know something different, send it to me on the super text line. We can crowdsource this. But as far as we can tell, he was only AutoPen for J6. He was not AutoPenned for everything that he may have done. You looked this up, Sam?
Yeah, I'm looking at the actual pardon itself, and it is a full and unconditional pardon for any offenses against the United States, which they may have committed or taken part in arising from or in any manner related to the activities or subject matter of the Select Committee to investigate January 6th.
There, boom.
That's it.
He can go down for conspiracy. He can go down for leaking confidential information. And I hope that he does. Adam Schiff considered Donald Trump public enemy number one. Now, just let's zoom out a little bit. Just zoom out. You have a sitting member of Congress at the time in the House. He's now, of course, in the Senate. And he's leaking classified information to weaken the president of the United States. And I've made I've had this discussion before. This means that he is aiding and emboldening our enemies because he is distracting and weakening the American president. Adam Schiff literally took the side of Russia and Iran and North Korea and Syria and all of these nations and China, all of these nations that hate America, that want to do us harm. What Adam Schiff did was weaken our president at a time when he was dealing with all of these other foreign nations and dictators, all because Hillary lost and he did not get to be head of the CIA.
That's a truly chilling prospect, the idea of Adam Schiff having that particular position.
Right.
He was widely accused of misusing this information. Of course, he was the one, after the special report found no actionable evidence of Russian collusion, who said, I have the evidence. I have classified material that establishes Russian collusion. He just never produced it. And people generally, I think widely today, agree that it doesn't exist. You can only imagine what would have happened if he had gotten that position under Hillary Clinton.
Oh, can you imagine? And the crazy thing is, the fine people of California gave Adam Schiff a promotion. They voted for Adam Schiff, a guy who we now know. And by the way, this has always been known in Washington, D.C., that Adam Schiff was long suspected of leaking classified information. People in California don't care. They gave dude a promotion to the Senate, from the House of Representatives now to the Senate. Voted for Schiff over Steve Garvey, the baseball player of all people. And of course, Garvey was running as a Republican. So that's the latest on Adam Schiff. We'll have to find out ultimately what happens here. I do hope that At the end of the day, bring him up on charges. 622, Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, the vote is in, and we'll tell you how it went in Mason, Tennessee, where they were voting on whether or not to turn an old prison, into an ICE facility. That story is coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you. WTN app. 623 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Stoltz Co. Now, Stoltz Co., this is a great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. You know, they build pole barns, really good pole barns. And these pole barns, they can serve as anything you want: a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums. Yeah, you know, you can live in these pole barns. They are called barn dominiums. And yes, when you go through Stoltz Co., they are new and improved. Now, they're now offering you turnkey options. Now, what that means is that Stoltz Co. is going to handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. You turn the key and you are home thanks to Stoltz Co. By the way, right now, they do also offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. Now, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co., it can be used for anything you want, whether it is a barn dominium or whatever. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, they are flexible. Call my friends at Stoltz Co. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. 6:29, Nashville's Morning News. All right, so Abby Phillip, Joan, from over there on CNN.
Yeah.
She gave Donald Trump a new nickname, and apparently MAGA is all in. Here's what she said.
Get right to what America's talking about. Donald Trump makes himself Batman, and the nation's capital is Gotham City.
There you go. Trump is now Batman.
It is I, the Cape Crusader, the Dark Knight, the Batman.
I'm surprised he hasn't posted a Truth Social picture of himself with, like, the Batman outfit on.
No, but you know it is online, and I just posted it to my X feed, is Donald Trump is walking on the White House lawn. His shadow is Batman. So if you want to see that, feel free. It is on my social media. Follow me at Dan Mandis Show. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning now, 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, yeah, those thunderstorms are starting to move out now, but there is a flash flood warning remaining for parts of Lewis and Perry counties, and that'll exist until 7 o'clock this morning, about a half hour from now. Also, there is a flash flood advisory for some other areas.
This does include Murfreesboro, Smyrna, Gladeville, Almaville, Cool Springs, Brentwood, Franklin, Leapers Fork. There's still a flood advisory a little farther to the north from Green Hills to downtown Nashville, Mount Juliet, Hendersonville, Madison, Gallatin, Greenbrier. 2, maybe up to 3 inches have come down in the last 3 hours in some of those areas.
Stefano DiPietro from Channel 4 there. You know, in Hohenwald, they got roughly 5 inches of rain in a pretty short time last night. An investigation underway in Kentucky after a whistleblower filed a lawsuit that said she was fired from her job at a Kentucky transportation office for alerting her bosses to a fraud. Melissa Mormon was a clerk. She said illegal aliens were buying state driver's licenses under the table for $200 and that the scam went on for years. 6 months after blowing that whistle, Governor Andy Beshear admitted in a TV interview that he knew there was a fraud investigation, but he didn't have any idea it had anything to do with illegal immigrants. So far, nobody has been charged. In the small town of Mason, Tennessee, last night, officials voted to approve a plan to turn a former state prison into an ICE facility operated by a private company, CoreCivic. That prison was closed in 2021 when President Joe Biden ordered the DOJ to stop renewing contracts with private detention facilities. President Trump reversed that order in January. Now, reopening that facility in Mason will create 240 new jobs and generate more than $500,000 in tax revenue. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, our big trouble spot this morning is going to be on 40. So it's in the eastbound lanes that they're doing road work and only one lane open. And they're shifting traffic around through that one lane this morning. So that's causing some slowdown there. But the backup goes all the way to the eastern split. And you've also got a work that's going on the Briley Parkway southbound off ramp to eastbound I-40. And that's under construction as well. So the off-ramp left lane is blocked off there. Watch yourself in that area. It's going to cause some delays. It's also causing a backup this morning if you're heading in on 24 westbound. That's really slow around the eastern split as well. Now, you also have a problem this morning in Pleasant View. This is on 24, the eastbound side. It's an accident between Springfield, Ashland City, and New Hope Road, apparently right at the McMahon Hollow Road overpass. And a crash in Nashville, Bell Road at Blue Hole Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News. Joan, wasn't it the Washington Post that said democracy dies
in the darkness?
Darkness. Yeah.
They not only said it, but they put it on as part of the flag.
Yeah, I know.
At the top of the paper. Yeah, democracy dies in the darkness.
All right, my audio up. All right, so with that spirit in mind,
why had there been no consequences for Dr. Adrian Battle?
That was apparently last night at the Metro Council school board meeting. So if we'll go with the spirit of the Washington Post and if democracy dies in darkness, why don't we know more about this whole thing, the $6.5 million in lawsuits that were settled behind closed doors, Metro Nashville School District and the school board. They settled all of these lawsuits that were leveled against Dr. Adrian Battle, the director of schools, and nobody is answering any questions. And clearly, Dr. Adrian Battle, she is not answering any questions. And the last time I heard,
why had there been no consequences for Dr. Adrian Battle?
She still has a job. I want to know what she has on who. That's what I want to know. I'm not going to harp on this morning, but I want to know what she has on who. Because she is cost, and apparently some people are saying there might be even more lawsuits. I think there were a total of 5 different lawsuits, $6.5 million in total to former employees who were suing Dr. Adrian Battle and the school board for, a variety of offenses, if you will. And the media is not allowed to ask any questions. And again, all of this was done behind closed doors. This is from Fox 17. They want the director of schools, Dr. Adrian Battle, who is at the center of these lawsuits, to face consequences. I do fault the board for not holding Dr. Adrian Battle accountable, said parent Ted Willis during Tuesday night's school board meeting. He, along with several others who are part of a nonprofit Nashville organization called Propel, went to the meeting to get accountability. Now, side note, I tried to get the leader of this organization, Propel, on the show, I think it was like a week and a half ago. And unfortunately, she ended up getting sick the day that she was supposed to be on with me, so she wasn't able to come on. But, I mean, she's really smart, wicked smart, and she does have a lot of questions about and a lot of accusations against Dr. Adrian Battle. And I do appreciate that these parents, they're getting up.
Why had there been no consequences for Dr. Adrian Battle?
And they're asking questions. Questions, by the way, I don't see. Can I ask a question? So where is Afton Bain? Where is, I don't know, some of these other, Heidi Campbell. Where's Heidi Campbell? Where's Justin Jones and Justin Pearson? Why are they not standing up and asking why it is that Metro School Board is in darkness, where democracy dies. Why is it in darkness? They are not telling people, number one, why these lawsuits were settled, the $6.5 million, and why is it that Dr. Adrian Battle is not suffering any kind of consequences whatsoever, which means that this is only going to continue to happen. In July, the Metro School Board voted to pay out $6.5 million to 5 former school district employees. The lawsuit claims the reason for their dismissal ranges from recommending discipline for Dr. Battle's brother, also employed by the district, nepotism much, or speaking out against her leadership. So basically what happened is they came out, these 5 people, some of them, they came out and said, okay, so Dr. Battle's brother, who I guess works in the district, and from what I understand, slugged a parent. He's like a coach and slugged a parent. And so people within the district are like, are we going to, I don't know, do anything about your brother slugging parents? And apparently those people were fired.
I think to be, actually doing their job for Justin Jones and Afton Bain and Heidi Campbell. I think they'd, actually answering and standing up for their constituents in their areas, that would probably be part of the problem for them.
You know what? Here's the deal. They're always screaming, aren't they, about the children. They're always screaming about the children. So this is $6.5 million that the children will not have at their disposal because they're spending it on lawsuits.
You can't really fault the teachers for taking the settlement, even though they could have had their day in court to have it all transcribed and everyone could have access to the information, but that's a lot of money, and on a teacher's salary, I get it.
Can I ask a question, though? So listen to this. Metro Legal Director Wally Dietz is the attorney who facilitated the settlement. Listen to what he says. This is insane. We came to the conclusion that Dr. Battle did nothing wrong. The obvious question is, why would we settle? It was a business decision, they say. A business decision that cost $6.5 million. So here's the thing. Now what they've done is if anybody has any kind of a beef, and there's a lot of people with beefs against Dr. Adrian Battle, then they'll just start bringing lawsuits too. Because, number one, they're not going to fight them because from a business decision, it's just easier to pay people millions of dollars instead of let all of the dirty laundry of Dr. Adrian Battle see the light of day. I think that's part of what this is. I think that they did not want all of the stuff, all of the accusations that are out there against her to come to the forefront. And I will remind everyone, democracy dies in darkness.
It kind of reminds me of Claudine Gay in Harvard with all of the plagiarism that she committed and how Harvard tried to sweep it up under the rug until it became too public and she had to step down.
There's all this, and you're right, that's a great point. You do have all of these, whether it is at the collegiate level with these people that are running colleges, that plagiarism scandal, there was a bunch of those. Remember when that all started coming out and you find out all of these people that have been running these universities and they publish all of these important papers and many times turns out they were plagiarized. And so for Dr. Adrian Battle, they say that every corner of Metro Nashville Public Schools is aligned with growth, creativity, and academic excellence. And apparently, I would say, corruption. Fran Bush, I've had Fran Bush on this show before. She absolutely rocks. Fran Bush, a former Metro School Board member, said that support is just a show. The question remains, how many more lawsuits and complaints are needed to happen before Metro schools and the school board say enough is enough? And I think that that is a very relevant question.
Why had there been no consequences for Dr. Adrian Battle?
I don't, that's what, does it make sense, Joan, when I say who does she have, no, what does she have on who?
Oh, everybody's wondering the same thing, Dan.
$6.5 million. Yeah. And she has no
taxpayer
consequences.
money.
Of taxpayer money.
I mean, you pay your taxes. and it goes to the schools, and you think you're paying for teacher salaries and for books and things
School
like that.
safety, Jones?
Yeah.
School safety?
And you're not. You're paying for a lawsuit to be settled with people who said they were unrightfully
fired. Remember, though, here's the other thing that I would ask. Isn't it Metro Nashville Public Schools? And I don't want to belabor the point, but aren't they the ones that said that they don't have enough money for SROs in the elementary schools?
Yes, I think it is.
So that is true. You don't even have to Google that, Sam, but if you want to, go ahead. I see Sam going to the computer. Let's fact check Mandis. It is true. He's supportive. And so I wonder if that $6.5 million could have gone to more SROs in schools, right?
They also declined funding a couple years ago.
They did. That was really bizarre. I don't remember all of the details on that. The bottom line is, and this is why I have such a burr in my, for Adrian Battle, is because she is of the ilk that she believes that police officers are really scary and they shouldn't be in schools protecting children because police officers are scary and they don't want to frighten the kids. Dumbest thing ever. And when that was going on, there was an SRO in a school, I think that it was in Antioch, who saved a kid from choking. Remember that whole thing? You guys weren't here. But when all of this was going on, there was an SRO in one of the schools. I think it was in an elementary school somewhere. I don't remember all the details, but had saved a kid from choking. And so you have the conversation where the head of Metro Schools is saying, oh, we don't want the SROs to frighten children. At the same time, you have an SRO that saved a kid from choking. So I think that the Metro School Board, I think that they are just absolutely infused with DEI and corruption. And the question will continue to be asked.
Why had there been no consequences for Dr. Adrian Battle?
It is 6:46 on WTN. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather goes, mostly cloudy and humid with a couple of showers and chances for a thunderstorm or two. We did have some rain earlier. I believe that rain is moving out. High of 89, feeling like 97 today, and we may have some thunderstorms later on as well. So we're talking about that SRO that saved that kid from choking. And you're right, Sam, because I remember when this whole thing came down a couple of years ago, and it was like, this happens a lot where these SROs save kids from choking.
Yeah. So Sumner County in 2023, Dixon Police in 2024, another one in 2024. Apparently, kids, you need to learn to chew your food a little bit better. But those people are in place for a reason. And it's not necessarily to save choking children, but the fact that they are there provides that opportunity.
You're absolutely right. And when you demonize the police, and basically that's what they're trying to do, they're demonize the police. And for me, obviously, I think that when you have, again, this kind of an attitude within the Metro Nashville School Board, you have corruption, you have the constant demonizing of police, and all of that stuff that this kind of culture personifies, then it is not good for the kids. It is clearly not for the kids. It is 6:49 on Super Talk 99.7, because that kind of an attitude does not support, in my opinion, a healthy environment for these kids to learn. Hey, since we're talking about education really quickly, Sam, since you're so good at Googling, will you do me a favor and look up trade schools in Tennessee and attendance of trade schools in Tennessee? How many people, young people, are opting for trade schools as opposed to college? The reason I'm asking is because I am, and you people that have listened to me for a long time, you know that I am a huge advocate of trade school.
Trade schools is becoming a trend lately, especially for college graduates seeking a job.
Programs that can get people ready to work much faster than a traditional 4-year program.
As of 2025, the number of people enrolling to trade schools rose by 15% compared to previous years.
15%. So fewer people across the country are going to hoity-toity colleges. I have such an attitude towards colleges. And they are going to trade school. And so, Sam, what are the numbers looking like in Tennessee real quick?
So the Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology in the 2023-2024 academic year saw a total enrollment of 44,723 students, which is a 19% rise on the previous year. So now we're getting into 2025, and it's growing even more.
Yep. Well, part of that, of course, is the Tennessee Promise, where, trade school and technical college and all that stuff is free for, kids that live in Tennessee and all that. So I think that is great because I believe that most trades cannot be replaced by artificial intelligence.
Instead of it being seen as a second-class career, they're seeing it as a viable option to consider.
For Brent Wallace, Dean of TJC School of Skilled Trades and Continuing Studies, says due to rising demand of aging workforce retiring, it has opened up more job opportunities.
Leaves a big pocket of open positions, and so with that comes greater opportunity and greater pay.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about welders, we're talking about electricians, we're talking about plumbers, and these are all trades that can't be replaced by AI. Now, AI might be able to make them easier. Maybe some information is more quickly obtained, but when it comes to, the physical aspect of welding or, whatever plumbers do with the pipes and all that kind of stuff, no. You need an actual person to do that. And so the attitude in America really, and I love this, the attitude has changed across America where people see not only what is going on in colleges, but also what is happening to college graduates. Remember, I did that topic a while ago where you have all of these kids, young adults, that are graduating college with STEM majors. Science, technology, what's the E?
Engineering.
Engineering and math, STEM majors. And they can't find a job because our government, and Trump should be fixing this, and J.D. Vance has called this out, but our government is importing all of these people from places like India and China to work far cheaper. And yes, artificial intelligence is replacing a lot of those white-collar jobs. So these poor young adults coming out of school and they've got their fancy diploma, well, they're fighting artificial intelligence and they're fighting far lower-paid foreign workers.
Wallace says HVAC has grown the most from 2024 to 2025 at 29%.
There have been notable spikes in interest among female students.
For trade school student Maria Govea,
I like automotive.
She reconsidered going to a 4-year university.
Definitely opened my eyes when I saw how much it was.
Compared to a 4-year university, at minimum, it can cost $40,000. While for trade, a full program, which is at most 2 years, can cost at minimum $10,000.
And by the way, again, free in Tennessee, thanks to the Tennessee Promise. And people chiming in on the super text line, a lot of those trade workers, those skilled workers are saying, one guy said he makes 6 figures doing a trade. We asked him what that trade is, but I can guarantee you it's going to be a plumber, an electrician, whatever. Did he respond?
He hasn't responded, but he went to TCAT out in Hartsville, Trousdale County, and he makes 6 figures. I have a family friend who got his mechanics, and he's a master mechanic. He's just turned 25 at a Range Rover dealership in Kansas, and he makes 6 figures as well.
There you go. I mean, I love that story, and I did want to get that in. By the way, the poll on the YouTube channel, watch us on YouTube, and you can basically watch and listen to us anywhere and everywhere. The poll was
trade school or college, and we're still polling at 96% for trade school.
96% for trade school. All right, 6:54. Joan has the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, hey, guess who's coming back to Texas?
No, are they coming back?
Yeah, well, they say they are.
Get the cuffs.
Yeah, well, I think Governor Greg Abbott has beat you to it. Also, the parents of a young Nashville boy have been charged in his death. Those stories and more coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Speaking of great trades, let's talk about the people at Specialty Coatings. Now, what they do is they can coat your concrete floors for your business. Again, another great trade. Because what they can do is they can help your business. If you've got really terrible looking floors, concrete flooring in your business, people walk in, and that is a reflection on your business. Specialty Coatings, they can help you with concrete floor coatings and polished concrete. Now, they've been doing this for 30 years. They are the leaders here in Middle Tennessee. You've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've done all the major sports stadiums, arenas, and convention centers as well. They have done over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Middle Tennessee in just the past year. Now, those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and so much more. Specialty Coatings, they're not some fly-by-night company. A couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. No. They've got the equipment and the skilled installers. So your job is going to be done on time, on budget, and correct. No matter how bad your floor looks, Specialty Coatings can fix it. They are here for you. Each project is customized to your building, your business, and your needs. Call them 615-591-9491, 615-591-9491. You can also email them, sales@specialtycoat.com, their website to check out their work, specialtycoat.com. 6:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for Clayton Homes. Now, they are in the middle of a big home sales event. It is going on right now. And with Clayton Homes, you can save up to $5,000 instantly on your home purchase at Clayton Homes Sign and Save sales event. You can also save $2,500 on a single section home or $5,000 on that multi-section. Now, Clayton Homes, they are changing the way homes are built here in Tennessee. Now, these are affordable homes. They cost less to live in, and you can get a home equipped with Energy Smart features for year-round comfort and a lifetime of savings. Clayton Homes feature luxury, quality, and the style you deserve. Now, don't forget that great deal that is going on right now. It is their Sign and Save sales event. You can save $2,500 on a single section or $5,000 on a multi-section home. Find them online, Clayton Homes. Find the location near you. Browse their limited time deals at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. That's manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Terms and conditions for the Sign and Save sales event at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Available only at participating Clayton Homes family of brands retailers through August 31st. Amount of savings may be limited. As for details, may not be available with certain financing. Lender restrictions apply.
Well, good morning. It's 7:01. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got rain and thunderstorms now moving out to the south and east, but Stefano says we could get more later today. So there's now a flood watch posted through 7 o'clock tonight. Stick around. His full forecast is coming up. The Texas House Democrats who ran away to Illinois and New York rather than vote on a redistricting map are reportedly returning home. ABC 13 in Houston is reporting that the Democrats believe they have accomplished their mission, even though they'll face another session when they return home. It's not clear when they'll touch down in Texas, but Governor Greg Abbott has said that they would be arrested when they do. Police are investigating after the body of an 18-year-old male from Colombia was recovered from the Duck River near Highway 31 bridge. Channel 4 talked to a fisherman who says this isn't the first time a body has been found there.
A whole lot of kayaking going on down here.
Would you say it's dangerous on the water?
I would say a little bit. When the kids out there on them kayaks, it is for the kids, I would say. But the grown-ups, it's okay for them.
Is the water typically calm? Does it get rushy?
Yeah, it's real calm now. That's why I don't understand why they found the body, because the river's not high at all. It's really low right now.
We're waiting on the ID of that body. The parents of a 6-year-old boy have now been charged in his death. Cyprian Arguedo Romero and Freddie Martinez initially told police that that boy was found dead while they were working in Paragon Mills. But police used GPS data from their impounded car to determine that they were actually miles away at a motel on Metroplex Drive. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
Surveillance video from the motel showing the parents in the parking lot where their 8-year-old son came out of their motel room to get them. We know that one of those parents is seen carrying the child, who appeared to be limp from their room to their car.
The parents are also facing aggravated child neglect and evidence tampering charges. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The latest inflation report hints at a coming interest rate cut, and investors responded yesterday by sending the NASDAQ Composite and S&P 500 back into record territory. The NASDAQ soared over 1%. The Dow Jones surged 480 points to close at 44,458. Tuesday's stateside rally sparked a buying spree in Asia, with Japan's Nikkei 225 setting a new record of its own. South Korea's Kospi added more than 1%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Tech Index jumped over 2%. A 2-year investigation has brought charges against 13 people accused of defrauding 400 older adults out of $5 million altogether. Scammers at a call center in the Dominican Republic would trick seniors into believing that their relatives were in trouble and needed money. It's back to school for Bath & Body Works. The company's announced plans to sell its products from kiosks in over 600 college bookstores in the coming academic year. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And futures raw pointing up. The Dow futures plus 118, NASDAQ futures up 51, and the S&P futures are gaining 11. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. You still have trouble this morning on 40. It's road work that they say is now clearing out on 40 eastbound between the the I-24 split, the eastern split, and Briley Parkway. They're saying right now, the traffic center is saying that they're beginning to move the barrels. That'll be a welcome development because there is also a crash on I-40 this morning in South Nashville at Fessler's Lane I-40. It's backed up there. It's also backed up as you're approaching the eastern split merge with 24. It is a mess in that area this morning. You'll also want to avoid the area of Briley Parkway, southbound the off-ramp to eastbound I-40. The off-ramp left lane is blocked off by that road work, and it's stop and go for quite a while before it. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis. We talk.
7:08 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Joan, I don't know if you saw, but there is some water rescues actually going on is it Chattanooga? Hearing of some water rescues in Chattanooga. That rain that hammered us overnight has been hammering Chattanooga now as it made its way into Chattanooga. And it's so bad that they're now having to execute some water rescues.
Yeah, the mayor of Hamilton County declared a state of emergency earlier this morning with 6 inches of rainfall over flooding some creek and water areas.
I mean, is it just me? And let's bring Brian Wilson up on this, too. Brian and Joan, did this rain, I mean, we did have some storms predicted, but, I mean, this just felt like it came out of nowhere.
it felt like that. I watched the forecast last night, and they were saying rain possible, and there had been a few showers, but it may have just snuck up on everybody. But I mean, 6 inches of water.
Yeah,
that's a lot of rain in a very short period of time.
Out in Hohenwald, it's really bad too. 5 inches of rain reported there in a very short period of time. So
and 40 westbound. We were talking about this when we signed on this morning. I was headed 40 westbound, right around Hermitage, where it always floods.
Yeah.
It was really, really bad. And I know that a lot of people this morning, as they listen to Nashville's Morning News, thank you, maybe an extra cup of coffee, because a lot of folks were woken up by the thunder, the lightning, and, all of the stuff that went along with it. Pets that were going, out of their mind, like Bandit does at my house, Brian. And you've met Bandit. We all know Bandit's problems when it gets kind of crazy. And I know that a lot of pets do have problems with lightning and thunder. So just be careful. We do have a lot of traffic issues out there as well. So a lot of things going on, including, Brian, it sounds like, and you just heard Joan talk about those fleeing Texas Democrats are headed back to the Lone Star State.
Well, it was, how long are you gonna play that game? And listen, I have a feeling that they've been running some poll numbers, and they got some bad news. Because all of a sudden there seems to be a real change in opinion that this is not going over real well in the state of Texas. So I think they're coming back. The Texas Senate passed that redistricting map last night, I think it was, or yesterday, and by doing that again ups the pressure. So I think they're coming back. And I've read or I've heard that that the state of Texas says you can't have your direct deposit for your pay. So,
okay.
So they got to come back to pick up their paychecks.
Well, so then all of this was basically for the Texas,
and it always
Democrats.
is. I mean, they made it's a stunt, and they wanted to make the case, and I just don't think that it's going over real well for them. If it was, trust me, they would not be coming back.
No, you're absolutely right. You know what's interesting, Brian? I've got a couple of things here. We have CNN on in the studio. And so I feel like the Washington, D.C. Mayor, Muriel Bowser.
Right, Muriel Bowser.
I feel like she's all over the place. I want to read you real quick a couple of quotes from her, according to CNN. She says that Washington, D.C. needs to protect their autonomy from this president. She also says the House needs to take back the Democrats need to take back the House of Representatives to stop this authoritarian regime. So you've got all of these quotes out there, and I've got some audio too, where she's bashing the president. But then on the other hand, she'll say things like, additional law enforcement in Washington, D.C. may not be a bad thing.
Yeah, listen, I don't know. I've always kind of liked Muriel Bowser. I mean, she's a Democrat, but you're always going to have a Democrat mayor in Washington, D.C. Democrats outnumber the Republicans 3-1 in the District of Columbia. So she's going to be, she's going to be a Democrat. But I like her as far as that goes. When Trump got elected, she went to Mar-a-Lago before he was sworn in and had a meeting with him. And I thought that was very interesting. So they have some relationship, but the real truth of the matter is that, you've got Trump is on good standing here. He has the ability to do this and more, and she knows it. I mean, they talk a good game about home rule, but it really is a federal city, and Congress still has the final say. There's a lot of things about this city that is different than any other city in America, and I think she knows that if she can't work alongside, apparently she had a very good meeting with Bondi, and so I think that's a real win. I mean, there's a lot of winning going on here. I think this is playing out well for Trump. The markets yesterday had a very good day, and the S&P and the NASDAQ are in record territory. Inflation came in as expected. It is still in check. It is not runaway inflation, which again brings more pressure to bear on them lowering the interest rates. They're bringing in $25 billion a month in tariff income $25 billion a month that we
That's
weren't
crazy.
getting before. Isn't that nuts?
That is nuts.
And here's a story that didn't get much coverage, and I only found it in a couple of places this morning. Mexico has sent back 26 cartel members.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
So, yeah, because they figure it's easy. Give them the 26 cartel members that we have rounded up rather than have them invade Mexico, because I think, they have to look at it and say, he might just do it. So,
Do you know that I don't think that's the first time either, Brian, within the Trump administration. I think this has happened before.
Right.
Where they sent some of these bad guys, and I love it. And these cartel dealers, and I know that the cartel members, and I know that, I don't know if you and I spoke about it, but Trump wanting to use the military against those cartels in Mexico. I mean, let's be honest; those cartels are killing more Americans than ISIS or Al Qaeda.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And one of the things that they're doing is they've upped their intelligence targeting of the cartels. So they're getting more information. As Pete Hegseth said, I think yesterday, we're watching you, and they are. And that's good. That's good. By the way, on the crime thing, can I return to that in D.C.?
Yeah.
We talk about the crime rate in D.C., and I told you that the numbers are cooked and they're not reliable. And if you look at the top 10 cities in America where there is crime, a crime problem, these cooked, even with the cooked statistics, D.C. comes in at number 10. You know who's number 1?
Memphis.
Memphis. You know who's number 8?
Who?
Nashville.
Nashville's number 8.
Yeah. And I'm not even sure those numbers are really accurate, but yeah. When you look, so a lot of question, well, will Trump, try to do this in other cities where they have crime as a problem?
Right.
And if you're going to tackle one, it's going to be Memphis. But, so I think there are some task force at work in Memphis right now, but they haven't done the same thing. It's a little different when you want to go into a Republican state and take over a Republican police department. But the Department of Justice could step in, and that is not uncommon. It has happened before, and certainly would have the authority to say, we don't like what's going on here, and we think you need some special federal monitors. I'm not big on the federal entering the state, but it is interesting that when you look at the top 10 crime cities in America, according to the story I read this morning, number 1 is Memphis, number 8 is Nashville, number 10 is Washington, D.C.
All right, I don't know, Brian. I'm having a hard time believing that. I don't know why. It's just, and I do realize Nashville has its dangerous parts, but I don't know. You've lived in both places. I've only visited Washington, D.C. Which do you think is safer? Do you think that Washington, D.C. is safer than Nashville? You cogitate on that, Brian. I got to check the roads real quick on WTN. All right, rain, of course, does continue, and we're going to have storms off and on all day. Going to be a high of 89 and going to feel like 97. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Brian, I have a soundbite that I want to play for you, but you lived in Nashville. You've lived in Washington, D.C.
Right.
Do you buy that Nashville is coming in more dangerous than Washington, D.C.
Well,
on that list?
I think it's true. What's true in both of those cases, in Washington, D.C. and in Nashville, is that, if you stay in certain areas, you're probably not going to get into too much trouble. But if you wander into other parts of the community, you can find yourself in trouble and real quick. Yeah. I always found that to be the case in D.C. The downtown area I always thought was pretty safe. Northwest was pretty safe, but there were parts of the town that if you turned the corner, ended up in the wrong part of town, you could find yourself in sort of a pretty violent area. And I think that's probably the case in Nashville to some degree as well. Look, I mean, none of these numbers, I don't believe any of these numbers. Right. But if you buy the numbers, then you have to look at that and say, well, there are other cities, and and believe me, if DC's number 10, there are 9 other cities in America that have worse crime than DC.
And again, if you buy the numbers, I want to get your take on this audio bite, Brian, that just absolutely baffles me. I don't know if you know who Simone Sanders is. She is a commentator for MSNBC.
Right.
And, she's kind of built like a linebacker kind of a thing. But anyway, this is what she said about police.
You don't think more police make streets safer?
No, Joe. I'm a black woman in America. I do not always think that more police make streets safer. When you walk down the streets of Georgetown, you don't see a police officer on every corner, but you don't feel unsafe. So what is it about talking about places like Southeast D.C., right? Ward 8, if you will, that people say, well, we need more officers to make us safe. I think we have to rethink what safety means in America.
What does that mean? We need to rethink what safety means in America.
Well, this is the whole idea that the Democrats keep pushing, that, we need to defund the police and we need to do social engineering, and, it's the same old nonsense that doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. And by the way, I read a statistic yesterday that the District of Columbia is down 800 officers.
No kidding.
But, I always thought in D.C., every agency has its own police department. I mean, it's the darndest thing ever. There are more police in that town than you can shake a stick at, not at the district, at the district level, and not responsible for, regular patrol of the community. But the FBI has its own police, and the Department of Labor, I guess, has its own little police department. The Supreme Court has its own. Capitol Hill has its own. So, there are a lot of police, but not a lot of them are not focused, of course, on community patrolling and trying to work in the community. They're very focused on protecting certain buildings and structures within Washington, D.C. But there's a lot of cops there. If you put them in charge of going out and actually fighting crime instead of just, protecting buildings, you would have a lot of police officers.
I want to play you an audio bite real quick. I know we're running late. Brian, I want to play you a soundbite, though. This goes back to something you were talking about with Donald Trump and the tariff revenue. This is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is now actually revising his anticipated income or revenue from the tariffs. Listen to this.
Just on the tariff income, I've been saying $300 billion, but I think we're going to have to substantially revise that up. So well in excess, 1% of GDP. And then with the new investments, they're the sovereign investments that we talked about. But then in terms of the committed investment by private industry, we're well over $10 trillion.
Just $10 trillion. Holy
Good
mackerel.
Lord. That's amazing. And look, that will pay off as those structures start to be built, and the businesses come back, and you got to build factories, and then you got to fill the factories, and you got to hire people. Oh, it's going to pay off in big ways down the line. Now, it takes a little while to get all that started. And that's what we got to watch right now. Right now, I'm very pleased with what I see with regard to the economy. With the inflation numbers looking good, the job numbers were a little concerning, but again, I'm not sure you can trust those numbers. So,
and let's also not forget that AI is taking a lot of jobs.
It is, and that's something, and we are going to go through that transition no matter what.
Yeah. All right, Brian, thank you very much. Always great to have you on.
My pleasure. Thanks to the Wellness
program.
Institute for sponsoring my appearances here on Wednesday. We greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely, and have a great trip next week. It is 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news at 7:30. Hey, Joan.
Hey, Dan. Well, we are looking at what's happening here with the weather now and what could happen later on today. Also, the water rescues that are occurring in Chattanooga. And, the U.S. could have its very first hurricane of the season. All of that wet stuff is coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. At 7:24, Dan Mandis here and the Wellness Institute of Nashville. This is the place that helped me with my chronic back and neck pain, and they can help you as well. $12. It is the August special. $12 gets you a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. So if you have back or neck pain like I did, sciatica, slipped and bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, they can help you, the Wellness Institute of Nashville, with their state-of-the-art non-surgical spinal decompression. No surgery, no spinal injections, and no painkillers. They can help you at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis showed you to reach out. That phone number is 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. Dan Mandis here from Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, this is one of the top, if not the top real estate company in the country. Dan Mandis here. You know, I've always recommended Mark Spain for my friends here in Nashville and Tennessee because I know that they are going to sell your home fast, hassle-free, and with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America with over 13,000 five-star reviews. You can trust my friends to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate, they were ranked on the Inc. 5000 list of the fastest growing companies in America for now the 8th year in a row. There's a reason. They do the job right. They respond fast, and they are one of the most experienced real estate teams in America. They sell over 4 homes every single hour. Yours could be next. Call them, Mark Spain Real Estate, if you need to get out of your home fast. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. MarkSpain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's MarkSpain.com and start packing. 729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think we need to have a new jingle, Joan.
Yeah, why is that?
Joan was right. Joan was right. So you were talking about how, and we were just talking to Brian Wilson about this too, about how inflation was up just a teeny tiny little bit. And as you said, grocery prices fell flat and food fell flat. And, well, that was told on CNN. They had to have hated to
I'm sure
report
they
this.
did. Yeah.
Here's the audio.
The key categories that we always look at: energy, food, and shelter. Energy fell by 1.1%. That was largely driven because of gas prices falling in the month of July by 2.2%. Look at that food. I mean, this is where people spend their money, right? Food every single day. Food flat, 0%, and actually down at the grocery store by 0.1%. And then shelter, we always usually see an increase because that is what people are paying on rent. And we
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, food and groceries flat, inflation barely up, and things are going good, despite the fact that all of these same knuckleheads on the left and on CNN have been telling us that the tariffs are going to kill our economy. So far, things are looking really, really good. It is 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is a state of emergency in effect in Hamilton County, Tennessee. That's home to Chattanooga, where swift water rescue teams since yesterday afternoon have saved some 100 people trapped in their cars and in their homes after rain dumped some 6 inches of water over the past 24 hours. TDOT is now reopened, one lane in each direction on I-24 in that area after heavy flash flooding. Here in the Nashville area, the storms are moving eastward now, but we are not in the clear.
Hit and miss thunderstorms fire up this afternoon, but the ground is already so saturated that any additional slow-moving downpours could cause flooding, so a flood watch is in effect until 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock tonight. Keep it here for the latest with Stefano. The U.S. could have its first hurricane of the season affecting Puerto Rico this weekend.
We're watching Tropical Storm Erin still promising to become a major hurricane as it heads north of the Caribbean islands by the weekend, and most of the guidance keeps it east of the U.S. East Coast. However, it'll send some big waves and rip currents in our direction by next week.
ABC News meteorologist Jeff Smith. In Washington, D.C., National Guard troops on patrol for the first time since President Trump launched his crackdown on crime, and they're being welcomed by some with open arms.
It comes as Washington, D.C.'s crime statistics face new scrutiny. The head of the police union claims city officials are exaggerating the recent drop in crime.
We're still averaging around 200 homicides. Frankly, the city is dangerous. It continues to be dangerous. Anyone that operates in the city or lives in the city knows that.
Washington, D.C.'s Attorney General firing back, saying the police union chairman has his facts wrong.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Stock futures on the plus side again after yesterday's record highs. The Dow futures are plus 130 right now. NASDAQ futures gaining 63. We've got S&P futures up 13 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33. Dan Mandis here for my friends at DT McCall's. They're my friends. They are also my furniture and appliance store. Love these folks. A great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value. I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's. They've been helping people out for 3 generations. And if you need it, they've got it. For example, indoor furniture. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. If you need appliances, they've got it. If it plugs in, you can find it at DT McCall's. They've always got specials going on to save you money. Just look at the front page of their website. It's dtmccalls.com. They do have specials, great prices on all the best brands of appliances and furniture, washer and dryer sets, dishwashers, and a whole lot more at DT McCall's. They've been at it for over 100 years with a focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they'll deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Dan Mendes here at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. It is back to school time. That means that Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is bringing the buzz with huge savings and sweet giveaways. If you've got septic issues, now is the time to get it fixed. Get 15% off any septic work, main drain lines, or whole home repipes. Yes, that is 15% off. You can also upgrade your HVAC system and get entered to win the Healthy Hive giveaway, a $1,500 sponsorship to the local school of your choice. Now, you join the Beehive Club, and you can gift a free membership to a local teacher, coach, or faculty member. You buy one gift, and you get one gift. That is just that simple. Buy one, gift one. It is that simple with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Breathe easier with $100 off indoor air quality products as well. The savings just go on and on. Call them to get started, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Online, busybeehvac.com.
Okay, so it looks like we may be having some clearing of the construction that was happening on 40 eastbound this morning. They're saying that they're still out there, but the moving barrels they're moving the barrels now out of the way, and the delays are starting to look a little bit better as well. This is from the eastern split out to the airport where the big delays were this morning. Still, however, Briley Parkway southbound at the off ramp there to eastbound I-40, that's still quite slow, and that again is because of that same construction project that's going on. In Franklin, got an accident on 840 eastbound right at I-65 exit 31. Watch it there. Donaldson Pike, a crash at Royal Parkway, and then just one more in East Nashville on Ellington Parkway, southbound lanes before Cleveland Street. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, you want to have some fun, Joan?
I always want to have fun, Dan.
So they're running around asking Pramila Jayapal.
Oh, yeah.
About inflation.
Mm-hmm.
And, because inflation, we we're just talking about this. Inflation has not gone up and or just a little teeny tiny bit, but groceries are flat. By the way, good morning, Nashville's Morning News. So this is Pramila Jayapal. She's been asked by Fox News about the fact that inflation is right now just at 2.7%, and this is what she had to say.
It is ultimately going to lead to a reduction in overall inflation, but most importantly, to the budget that people have every single day. Inflation is like a theoretical word that economists use, but what families feel every day is the up or down of costs.
Oh, that's not probably going to help make anybody feel better.
People are actually laughing at her at Fox News. They were actually laughing at what she said.
Oh.
Inflation, Joan, is just a theoretical word.
It's a social construct. Yes. Yeah.
What's
Until
funny,
they want to bash the Republicans over the head with it.
Well, I guess then my question would be, what was her opinion when inflation was over 9% with Joe Biden?
Yeah.
I mean, did she have anything to say about that? I mean, honest to goodness, with these Democrats, it is just so easy. It is just so easy.
I think they learned the art of the word salad thing from Kamala, because when they're talking, I don't think they even believe what they're saying. It's crazy talk.
Do you know, that's a great point, Joan. And I know that I've said this at least 1,000 times. Do the Democrats believe the BS, the utter BS that they're spewing? Because clearly, like, for example, and I'm just going to throw out a couple of examples, but, you know, when they said the border was secure, when clearly the world could see that it was not, right? So it's like, do you hear yourself? Do you really believe that? And it's gaslighting, of course. And they're talking about with Pramila Jayapal there, where she's talking about how, inflation is a theoretical word that the economists use. Okay, well then fine. Then explain how grocery prices have not gone up and they are flat, even though you numbskulls told us that, we'd be all broke by now and paying $75 for a loaf of bread. You know what I mean? It's just the examples are abundant.
But then they'll believe that the Baileys are a real couple.
They will believe that the Baileys are a real couple. Maybe, and that's a callback. We'll have to talk about callbacks later on. But we were playing audio from Chuck Schumer earlier where he has this theoretical couple that he likes to talk about often, where he acts like he knows these people and he's been talking about them for years, about what they like and they don't like. And John Oliver last night, stick around, because at 8:35, we're going to play this absolutely hysterical audio from John Oliver, where he's talking about this fictional couple that Chuck Schumer talks about, the Baileys, and what they like and what they don't like. And as I said previous, I think the reason why he does this is because he actually doesn't talk to his own constituents. He just likes to make up constituents. And so very, very, believe it or not, a very funny segment from one of the late night shows. What is he on, John Oliver? Do you know,
I think
Sam?
He's got like a spinoff of Jon Stewart's show, because he was a kind of a side host for Stewart and had his own little segment.
Kind of a thing?
Yeah. Facetiously. Nothing serious.
Right. So anyway, yeah, we'll play that for Chris Hand and see if he has a response to that. All right, real quickly, because I've got 7:42 and I've still got stuff that I haven't done. We did have some fun. People are asking me if I know of the police chief there in Washington, D.C., who doesn't really understand what exactly is a chain of command. This is one of my favorite audio bites of the day.
Tell us what the chain of command is now.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? What does the chain of command mean? So obviously, and earlier we did a nice run around the room where Joan knew what the chain of command was. Sam knew, with all of that college education that he's getting, he knew what a chain of command was. I didn't spend a day in college. I know that it tells. You can tell, and it does show. I knew what a chain of command is, but apparently this Pamela Smith...
Tell us what the chain of command is now.
What does that mean?
She had no idea what the chain of command is. And Joan, you were talking about the visual where she didn't know what the chain of command is.
Right.
And so then the mayor, Muriel Bowser, comes running in to rescue her like, oh, dear God, no.
Yeah, I feel like she understood that the press was going to jump on that very moment.
Oh, and
so
they
she
did.
stepped right up to the microphone and took her place.
Well, and everybody's talking about how, her job before this one was a chief equity officer. And to be fair, because I do like to be fair and I like to give the entire story, this woman began her career as a patrol officer, a canine handler, a senior instructor at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. She was also assistant chief to the Homeland Security Bureau in April of 2023. She became the first black female chief of the Metro Police Department in November of 2023. That makes the story actually worse, that she has had all of this experience and she doesn't know what a chain of command is.
Tell us what the chain of command is now.
What does that mean?
Do you think that she'll have to go through some sort of like extra training now to explain what the chain of command is? And you know what the thing is? And to be perfectly honest, am I being unfair, Joan? Maybe she just misspoke.
Yeah, maybe she didn't understand the question. Maybe.
It seemed pretty clear to me what the question was.
Yeah.
How about you? What is a chain of command? Who's in charge? Who's second in charge? Who's third in charge? I mean, it really isn't that hard. By the way, the headline from the Daily Mail, D.C. mayor dramatically changes tune on National Guard takeover as she calls for residents to fight back against the authoritarian push of Donald Trump. The mayor of Washington, D.C. called Trump's federal takeover of the city an authoritarian push as National Guard troops flooded the Capitol. Mayor Muriel Bowser criticized the Trump administration's ambitious crime crackdown on Tuesday night while fielding questions from citizens during a digital town hall. Bowser was asked how faith groups could help support the community when she urged residents to protect the city. Well, somebody needs to protect the city, and it's not the residents that are going to be able to do it. You need the armed military.
Or you need the Batman.
That's exactly right. I did, by the way, tweet that out. Abby Phillip from CNN called Donald Trump Batman, and he is treating New York City as his Gotham. She also says, Muriel Bowser, get to the other side of this guy and make sure we elect a Democratic House so that we have a backstop to this authoritarian push. Bowser's latest comments were significantly more forceful than her previous cautious approach to Donald Trump's plans. I was talking about that with Brian earlier, where it's like, well, will the real Muriel Bowser stand up because she's
playing
got
both sides?
Yeah, she's got all kinds of different. I think it depends on who she's talking to be honest with you. She was on the Breakfast Club yesterday, and I've got some great audio from that coming up. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, mostly cloudy and humid today. A couple of showers may continue through this afternoon. High of 89, feeling like 97. Appreciate you listening. I didn't know, Joan, did you know that Muriel Bowser, her last name, is the villain in Mario?
Oh, really?
Yep, I didn't know that. She's also the villain in New York.
Bowser steals or kidnaps Princess Peach in the Super Mario world.
Okay. Well, thank you for that random piece of information. Bowser was on with the Breakfast Club. She says this is all political. Listen to this.
In a lot of ways, D.C. is a proxy for American cities. And his administration has taken a very aggressive stance against American cities. He thinks that people in cities don't support him. He's very aware of the number of people that voted for him in D.C. And so he has taken an aggressive stance.
So it was an interesting statement when she said that D.C. is a proxy for American cities. Well, if that means crime-ridden, dirty, has terrible schools, and is run by Democrats, then yeah, you'd be right. Donald Trump, though, I think part of this, so many Americans are horrified by what they see going on in American cities. And see, that's the thing. You know, what's interesting, I think part of what is going on, Joan, is so many people see the horrific things on social media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's one thing to, read, really dry stats, the crime is up 19% and armed robberies is up 12%, whatever. It's one thing to read it. It's another thing to see this unfold every single day on social media because it's all there. And so you got people that are filming all of this and posting it in real time. And so people are seeing that. People are witnessing that. And so when you have the Democrats, number one, what they try to do is they try to excuse it. Or if you say, well, what about all of this crime in these cities? Well, you're racist, right? I mean, they don't have any rational or reasonable answer to any of this. You've got roving gangs of kids carjacking, stealing stuff, drugs all over the place, homeless all over the place, needles all over the place. So you know what? Yeah, Donald Trump wants those streets cleaned up.
We reported last year the lowest level of violent crime in 30 years. So we're not taking our foot off the gas. We're continuing to work. But we think that this action kind of plays into his narrative about cities, about using force, about being tough on crime.
Yeah. Now, remember, that is complete and utter BS. As one local reporter in Washington, D.C. calls this claim that Washington, D.C. has lower crime than it did, he calls it preposterous.
NPD of allegedly cooking the books to make crime statistics appear more favorable.
But the department is reporting that in 2024, crime went down 35%, violent crime, and then again another 25% through August of this year. That is preposterous to suggest that cumulatively we've seen 60+% drops in violent crime from where we were in 23.
Yeah, so, and we talked about this yesterday. They're cooking the books. Crime is not down. The media is lying, trying to cover this whole thing up. In Washington, D.C., crime is 29% higher than other cities its size. I gave you that stat yesterday. Same with violent crime, by the way. So now that their lie has been exposed, guess what they do? I know that you know what they do. They pull out the race card.
He wants to send the message to cities that if he can get away with this in Los Angeles, if he can get away with this in D.C., he can get away with it in New York or Baltimore or Chicago or any other place where millions of people live, work, and are doing everything the right way.
So last year, Baltimore was the fourth dangerous city. Brian Wilson was on earlier, told us Memphis is the most dangerous city in America. Washington, D.C., despite what they said, crime is incredibly high, 29% higher, again, than other cities its size. L.A. has a crime rate that is almost 30% higher than the national average. This is per 100,000 people. So this isn't an instance where, oh, well, L.A. is higher because they have more people. No. This is per 100,000 people, per capita. And, I mean, you can go on and on with all of these liberal cities. And so despite all of that statistical evidence, the Breakfast Club broke this out. This is a hot take if I've ever heard one.
Every city you just named has a black mayor.
That's correct.
Well, I think that he attacks cities with large urban populations, and most of them have black mayors. And so, yeah, I won't comment on whatever the racial component is. I'm sure there's something to that. But I know where there are large urban populations, major American cities have black leadership.
All right, so you can deny the statistics all you want. You can call it racism all you want. But remember, when people have no answer as to what is going on, they just pull out the racism card. Online, in debates, on the streets. Here's the bigger issue that the Democrats have. The Democrats have a reality problem. The reality is that crime in their cities is going up. They side with the criminals. They hurt those that are law-abiding citizens. The fact that they all have black mayors or black police chiefs, I don't care about that. I don't care about skin color. I care about statistics. I care about results. I care about what is going on. And so if you have the Democrats, as they try to hide behind calling it racism and saying that Donald Trump is simply attacking cities with black mayors and black police chiefs, he's actually not. He is attacking crime. And by the way, I could just as easily call them racist. Follow me here. Because by endorsing the soft on crime policies, the mostly black Americans who live in these criminal-laden hellholes, they live in danger and fear. So these so-called leaders are not helping those black citizens. Maybe it's because they're racist. I don't know. But it is this kind of moronic thinking that, by the way, to turn this to local, that leads the Metro Council to not overwhelmingly approve those LPRs, the license plate readers. If you missed Matt Murphy's outstanding monologue that he did yesterday on all of that, you should really check it out because it's true. It's true. Freddie O'Connell, the mayor, who purports that he is for the LPRs, but he's really not, or the Metro City Council, they are pro-criminal. Just like you have all of these other mayors and police chiefs and the Democrats who are also pro-criminal. And the only way that I can describe why it is that they are against LPRs here in Nashville is because they are pro-criminal. Why do you think that in my home of Mount Juliet, where they catch all of these morons, all of these idiots that are leaving Nashville and they come to Mount Juliet, they get picked up in Mount Juliet with the license plate readers and the cameras that we have in Wilson County? Why? because we are not pro-crime. We are pro-resident. We are pro-law-abiding citizens. I'm late. Sorry, Joan. 7:55. Joan
I'm
Jones.
used to it.
Joan Jones has the news probably at about 8:01. I apologize for that. Go ahead, Joan.
Yeah, there's a problem with President Trump's scheduled sit-down with Russia's president on Friday. Also, the search for a missing boy in Kentucky is over now. We'll tell you who is now charged in his death. That's coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. 7:55. Dan Mandis here. Listen, guys, over 40. If you are running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling off. LowTCenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, and join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you. They've got clinics all over Nashville, and they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, and you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember that these treatment plans, they are tailor-made just for you. You can get a free consultation, and if you qualify, treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. By the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So find them online at lowtcenter.com and book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it. $7:58 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Window Nation. Listen, this summer, your AC is working overtime to keep your house cool and comfortable. If you're ready to change that, call my friends at Window Nation. Replace your old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation. They're going to come out, and they're going to measure 3 times to ensure that your windows fit perfectly and keep your home comfortable year-round. These are great energy-efficient windows. And this month, get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 money down, make 0 payments, and pay 0 interest for 2 full years. Now, that means that you're going to pay nothing until 2027. Now, this is why I trust Window Nation. Again, they've put 4 windows in my home, A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, and 45,000 5-star reviews. They've installed over 3 million windows across the country. Now, don't miss out the great deal from Window Nation. Schedule a fast, free estimate right now with Window Nation. Get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 money down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Good morning. It is 8:01. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And breaking moments ago, we are following an active shooter situation in Louisville this morning. It is a school bus shooting that's been reported near a high school. This is Central High School, right at the bus stop there. Reports are saying that this involves 3 males with guns and a female victim, one female victim of that shooting. And it appears that it's a large scene this morning and a police presence there. We will stay on top of the story. It is developing right now, and we'll bring you more as we learn it. Other news of the day, President Trump is set to sit down with Russia's Vladimir Putin on Friday with the goal of ending the war in Ukraine. But if Putin is ready to put down his arms, there's no sign of that right now.
A bold new Russian offensive, video circulating online showing an explosion and plumes of smoke as Russia advances into a Ukrainian stronghold in the east. This comes as officials confirm that today Ukrainian President Zelensky and European allies will meet virtually with President Trump and Vice President Vance.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. The search for a missing 10-year-old in Kentucky is over now. The body of Jaden Spicer has been discovered in a shallow grave after a week-long search for the boy. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
Kentucky State Police saying that they received some new information that led them to him and pointed to involvement from his mother, Felicia Gross, who has now been charged with manslaughter, abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and false reporting. Police have not said how Spicer died.
And some heated exchanges at last night's Metro School Board meeting with some parents calling for the resignation of Superintendent Adrian Battle. It comes after a $6 million lawsuit was settled with former employees who said that Battle discriminated against them. These parents took to the microphone last night to say that money could have been spent better.
As a taxpayer, as someone who cares deeply about our schools, I can't help but to think about where the money could have gone and who it could have served. Our exceptional education students, and as an exceptional education parent, some of our most vulnerable in Metro Public Schools, they need more than the bare minimum.
The schools deny any wrongdoing. Don't expect the downtown parking garage at the public library to become available anytime soon. Structural engineers are still at work, and they cannot say when those repairs will be finished after the explosion and fire earlier there this summer. We're learning that the fire reached 2,000 degrees, causing concrete to crumble. Engineers are also not saying how much the repairs will cost. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Great day on Wall Street yesterday, and it looks like we'll extend that. The Dow futures are up 159, NASDAQ futures gaining 93, S&P futures are up 20 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, if you've got a special occasion coming up, you need a special gift, Brentwood Jewelry is your place to go. Now, for the lady in your life, guys, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. And for the men, money clips and cufflinks. And they've got watches for everyone and every budget. By the way, if you have a family heirloom, maybe like an old watch that needs repair, maybe a ring that needs to be reset, Brentwood Jewelry, they can do that for you as well. They've got great merchandise, terrific prices for every budget. This is a family-owned business. They've been in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house, and they are here to help you as well. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com.
There's a big problem this morning on, it's 65 northbound. There is an accident at in Berry Hill, northbound 65 at I-440, exit 80, and 3 center lanes are blocked off by it. So 65 is a mess this morning. Eastbound 40, make that eastbound I-840. The off-ramp to I-65 is jammed as well. Big delays as well on 24 westbound heading into the city. Chris will be late again today. And we've got Bell Road in Antioch. There is a crash scene as well at Hickory Park Drive. And one more, East Nashville on Dickerson Pike at Broadmoor Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:08, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Want to bring in our grassroots political analyst, Matthew Hurt. He is joining us now. And Matthew, a couple of things real quick. One of the breaking news stories right now that I see is that Vladimir Zelensky is out there, and he is saying that Donald Trump can force Vladimir Putin to make peace. I'm reasonably certain that if Donald Trump could force Vladimir Putin to make peace, he would have done it a long time ago.
Yeah, this is an interesting breaking news item. I'm not sure, President Trump did say that he was going to solve the Ukraine-Russia conflict when he got elected. Foreign diplomacy is a little more complicated than some of the domestic matters. But I think that, it's a great question, Dan, and it's a lot of layers, and I don't think that is exactly true. But I do think that America benefits and Europe benefits with a diminishment of conflict. The Ukrainian territory has been in question for hundreds of years. Many of the people align themselves with Russian culture. This part of Eastern Europe has changed borders many times over the last several hundred years, and it's just a complicated matter. I think this is Zelensky playing politics. And there's a lot more underlying the question than what he is proposing.
Yeah, I just to be honest, I'm no fan of Zelensky or Vladimir Putin, and we'll see how that meeting on Friday goes. One of the things that we've got CNN on in the studio, and I just saw a poll that they had, Harry Enton, and how excited he gets about his numbers. But what he said was, and I want to get your opinion on this and how this might impact the midterm elections. I know we're a long way away, but who do you trust with inflation more, the Democrats or the Republicans? And this was across all voters. 13 Republicans were over the Democrats. 13% or something like that were over where they were before. Democrats were only at +1. In other words, far more people are trusting of the Republicans with the economy and inflation than the Democrats. How do you think that is going to play in the midterm elections?
I do think that more Americans trust Republicans with the economy than they do with Democrats, and particularly right now where many Americans outside of the Beltway want Washington to have, they were supportive of DOGE cuts. They're supportive of reining in the federal government. Anytime the average American interacts with the federal government, it is to pay taxes or because they're not allowed to do something. And so I think that generally Americans trust Republicans on inflation and on government matters more than Democrats. But another item that poll that CNN had earlier in July said that Democrats were more motivated. So that is what we're going to be looking at. In addition to just the issues, right now Democrats are a little more motivated, and that's because Donald Trump's policies are disproportionately impacting Democrats negatively. We've seen a small jump in unemployment in Northern Virginia, and most of the people who are being laid off or who are having a negative effect of government policy are Democrats. So again, it's still too early to tell. From week to week, this is going to change, but this is part of the narrative as we head into the midterms.
All right, so real quick, you went viral again yesterday, Matthew Hurt, and it's a video, and my audio up, Sam? So there's this video of, I guess it's one of your friends there at the Arlington GOP. Remind me, you're a higher up in the Arlington GOP there in Virginia, right?
So I'm the chairman, and 79% of my neighbors voted for Kamala Harris, so I will accept your condolences. This is worse than Memphis. But this is a coworker actually at Leadership Institute. We train conservatives. Our headquarters is in Arlington, and what you're about to tee up is an interaction that one of my coworkers had with a guy who was skulking outside our office. He was lying in wait on a bench about 15 feet from our office front door, and this is what happened.
All right, so listen to this.
That's enough. Kill all Nazis! We won World War II! Fuck!
All right, so there you go. I dumped it. All right, so the guy also launched an F-bomb. I got it. It's okay, Sam. and we also cut it off. So, yeah, we got it.
I'm on the Howard Stern show today.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
And Sam, it's been great working with you, Sam.
He said fudge. I don't know what he's talking about.
Fudge. Actually, I pulled it down before it got to the end. Anyway, whatever. So we all get the drill. This guy is yelling big time at, kill all Nazis and all that kind of stuff. And I guess my question is, why can't these people just be normal?
I love living in Arlington. I cannot tell you what percentage of my neighbors are one untoward interaction with a Republican away from a total public meltdown.
Yeah.
I am under the impression, from what I've been able to find out on social media, we haven't identified him yet. The whole reason I call into this show, Dan, is because of an interaction I had in 2023, and we were able to identify that gentleman pretty quickly. But people online say they've seen this gentleman outside of the Heritage Foundation. He may be, in fact, a paid antagonist, and we haven't seen him since. This happened on Monday afternoon. I like to step out of the office and take a peek a couple of times just to see, now that we know what he looks like. But Arlington is like the Twilight Zone. The people listening to this program have likely never lived in a place as hostile to conservatives as where I live. And honestly, I embrace it because I've got a strong set of principles and values. I'm on offense on what I believe. And also we get these lovely viral moments where I get to expose these total wackos and show the American people that these folks are living in a bubble and they cannot possibly interact with people outside their own ideology.
I just don't understand, and I know that I've said this so many times, friends, but I don't understand how nobody on the left, although they probably don't care, but when they're calling Republicans Nazis, how they don't see that as anti-Semitic because they're sanitizing what the Nazis did. I don't understand how they don't see that.
Well, absolutely, and it speaks to the humanization. There's a Hill-based networking app in D.C. for congressional staffers that last week released a poll that said 67% of Republican Hill staffers would consider dating a Democrat, but only 44% of Democrats would consider dating a Republican. And so we have this mentality where individuals have selected themselves into an ideology. Overwhelmingly, Democrats will not affiliate with Republicans. Personally, not reaching across the aisle in politics, but personally won't affiliate with them. And so it is easier to dehumanize and call somebody you don't agree with a Nazi. And it's really a shame. When I was chairman of the Arlington Young Republicans, we actually frequently did joint events with the Arlington Young Democrats, community service events and other things about a decade ago. And I just don't think Democrats would allow that kind of thing now.
No, they would not. They are unhinged. And has that really been 3 years since you started doing hits on this program?
2023. So we're at 2.5. I went to public school, Dan. I don't know how to do math.
Yeah, it is amazing. Time flies. All right, real quick. We got to check the roads. We've had a lot of rain here, so let's check the roads on WTN.
Ramp to 65 North. We've got an accident in the right lane. Watch for emergency crews. Antioch, Bell Road. There's an accident east of Hickory Park Drive and East Nashville Dickerson Pike. We've got a crash at Broadmoor Drive. Emergency crews on the scene. I'm Christy O'Brien.
All right, as far as your weather goes, it's going to be high of 89, feels like 97, storms off and on. All right, so real quick, Matthew Hurt, Shifty Adam Schiff. Shifty Schiff. What is the feeling in Washington, D.C. about him leaking that classified information ultimately to sell this whole notion of Russian collusion?
You know, Adam Schiff is not a trusted source in Washington. He is one of the most far-left politicians, and there's just not a lot that people say outside of, this is something that just plays into the story that confirms what we already knew.
Right.
This is trumped up to attack somebody that the Democrats didn't like. All of this is just part of the story, and I think this is going to unravel. The American people are going to see what the Democrats were willing to do to steal an election, quite frankly.
Yeah, you know what? I actually agree with you on that, and that's what they were trying to do. And he was ultimately angry because that Donald Trump won. He wanted to be the head of the CIA under Hillary. And when Donald Trump won, he went out on this effort. And I think this was obviously, if there's any collusion, it is with the Democrats, whether it's in the Oval Office with Obama, the intel agencies with John Brennan and James Clapper, all of these folks, down into the House of Representatives and the Intel Committee with Adam Schiff, or with Schiff. And so,
and Dan, these are individuals. People on the Intelligence Committee are given access to classified information at a higher level than most members of Congress, and they are trusted to withhold and hold on to that information. There are secrets about our intelligence community and about foreign interactions that most of Congress doesn't know, and certainly the American people don't know. And this is a violation of the trust. People are elected at the trust of the people who voted for them, but individuals who are on committees like Select Intelligence Committee and others are held at a higher standard, and this is it's unconscionable.
All right, real quick, you are in Arlington, you're in Washington, D.C. What is the response, very quickly, to the National Guard coming in and trying to keep the peace?
Oh, reasonable people support it. There were 7 crimes over the last 2 years that were committed that were high profile. The former DOJ staffer who was attacked last week, a congressional intern who was shot dead several weeks ago. The 2 Israeli embassy staffers were shot and killed a couple of months ago. These are high profile crimes that put it on the front page. We also know that the Washington Police Department were manufacturing violent crime results. So the drop in crime, we don't even know if that's true. And many people who live in the area, and especially tourists who come here through the summer, want a safe place. But I've seen story after story after story of people who are not journalists covering for the left and in an opposition to Donald Trump who have said, I don't feel safe on the metro after 5 p.m. And as someone who goes into D.C., Arlington is in Virginia, but we're right across the river. I can tell you there are neighborhoods that I'm not going to go to if I were to go out on a Thursday or Friday or Saturday night, just because there are gunfights almost every weekend. You've got hundreds of teens, 16, 17, 18-year-old young people who are in Navy Yard. It's just not safe, and reasonable people in the D.C. area are supportive of Donald Trump's federal takeover of law enforcement in D.C.
Well, they're saying that, they're accusing Donald Trump of being authoritarian, and I think for the president, he is doing what he needs to do to try to clean up Washington, D.C., and he's probably going to do it maybe in New York, maybe in other cities as well, like Chicago. What do you think the reaction would be?
I think that Washington, D.C. is a test case. The National Guard was sent in during the L.A. riots in 1992. They were sent in to Memphis after the Martin Luther King shooting in the 60s, and this is we're dealing with crime at that level in some of those instances because it is unpredictable where it's going to take place. People who a decade ago you could say, okay, Southeast D.C. is unsafe, we're not going to go there. D.C. was becoming safer, but now it is all over the place, and so Washington will be a test case. Yep. There are other cities that I think would welcome it. Mm-hmm. You said in the last segment that there are Black Americans who feel unsafe in their own neighborhood, and they are unwilling to call the police because the police won't respond, and if they do, there'll be retribution against the people who live there. It hurts their home values. Many Black homeowners in places like Washington, D.C., it diminishes their home value and diminishes their own security.
Thank you, Matt Hurt. How can people follow you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter or X at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right, thank you very much. Authoritarian.
Correct. Now spell it.
I know. So, Joan, do you know how much I love when I go onto the super text line and I see like 500,000 people talk about how I mispronounced something?
Authoritarian.
Authoritarian.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, what did I say? I don't even know.
Authoritarian.
Author. Yeah.
Who's Terry and what did he author?
No. Okay, so honest engine here. I've always had a problem with that word. Always had a problem with that word. And I don't know why.
You should do it like
authoritarian.
Like we did it when we were kids. You write out each individual syllable.
Sound. Yeah, you do it
syllabically.
Authoritarian.
6-syllable word.
Listen.
A lot of syllables, Dan.
That's a lot of syllables. How about if I just not like try to avoid that word at all costs?
Well, that's why the left is always saying Nazi, because there's only 2 syllables to Nazi.
That's right. All right, very good. Listen, I'm not going to shame spiral over that shank of a word. I'll just avoid it from here on out.
Deal.
Authoritarianism. All right, Joan, what's coming up?
And forget Nazi. Don't say that one either.
No. Well, okay, so that whole segment.
Yeah.
Sam let an F-bomb go through. And
he was talking about fudge.
And I mispronounced a word. But in fairness to me, it's a hard word to pronounce. Like it is.
I'm the only one that comes out shining here.
You're the only one that comes out shining? That's true.
Yeah.
You're
Standard
the only
of
one
excellence.
you're the only one that hasn't shanked anything.
Yet.
It's early.
It's early.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if she shanks anything in the 8:30 news.
All
Joan.
right. So we have an update on that shooting story that we started to tell you about the last hour out of Louisville this morning. Also, it looks like those Democrats out of Texas, the State House Democrats, are headed back. But there's been a court order regarding who's helping them to raise money. Got that story coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. Sam and I are having fun here. If you're watching on the Super cameras, Super Talk TV cameras, because he's trying to guide me through how to say authoritarian.
Yeah.
Did I get it right that time? Authoritarian?
Yes.
No.
No, now you just shanked it.
Shanked it. Authoritarian.
Authoritarian.
There.
Yes.
All right. Hey, how about contours? That I know how to say. Listen, if you are trying to get into your bathing suit and you're just not feeling confident, you're just not feeling comfortable, they've got a belly buster special right now for you at Contours. 615-236-9960. First 10 callers right now get it for $99. That is a great deal from my friends at Contours, belly buster special. That phone number, again, 615-236-9960. You got to take advantage of Contours and their red light technology. It is not only incredibly unique, but also effective as well. Now, people have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to Contours to go through a session of these belly buster specials. Again, right now for only $99. Most folks lose a couple of inches across the middle. This red light technology, it is all the rage right now. It is unique, it is effective, and it is cutting edge. Check them out today, contoursllc.com. And don't forget the $99 belly buster special. First 10 callers right now, 615-236-9960, contours.com. Authoritarian. Oh, hey, it's Dan Mattis here for Loan Pronto. Listen, if you are maxed out on credit cards, if you're struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. You can get cash out right now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto, it is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off their debt, they renovated their kitchen, and they cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That is a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. So this is your home equity. This is your this is your home equity. It is yours.
Is Elmer Fudd back?
No, Elmer Fudd is not back.
Okay.
Stop it, Joan. I'm still recovering from authoritarian.
Shanked.
Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Again, that home equity is yours. Use it, get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. On approved credit, NMLS, consumeraccess.org.
Good morning. It's 8:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got that update on a breaking story out of Louisville this morning where a woman has been shot this morning. It happened at a school bus stop near the high school, Central High School. Happened just before 8 o'clock. Now, at this time, police are no longer saying this is an active shooter situation, nor do they have any suspects under arrest. In Texas, a judge has ordered former Congressman Beto O'Rourke to stop raising money for the 54 Democrats who fled the state to stop a redistricting vote.
After gaveling Tuesday's session to order, Texas House Speaker Dustin Burrows announced
a quorum is not present.
More than 50 Democrats were out of state, blocking a House vote on a district map that could yield 5 more Republicans in Congress. But Burrows has spoken with Governor Greg Abbott.
He is committed to calling us back again and again and again until our work is done.
Sources tell ABC News the absent Democrats will come back to Texas, satisfied that they have at least temporarily stalled the Trump-backed redistricting effort. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
In the small town of Mason, Tennessee, last night, officials there voting to approve that plan to turn a former state prison into an ICE facility. Officials saying that reopening that facility will create 240 new jobs and generate more than $500,000 in tax revenue. And the White House conducting a comprehensive review of D.C.'s Smithsonian museums and their exhibits to make sure they align with President Trump's directive to celebrate American exceptionalism. The president has said they've come under the influence of a divisive, race-centered ideology. Smithsonian museums are free to the public and funded by federal government and trust funds. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Starting out very nicely here. The Dow Jones Industrials plus 194. NASDAQ is up 112 and the S&P 500 index gaining 25. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mendes here for my friends at Zintex. Listen, your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And Zintex, they can help you with a huge upgrade and a special price and offer for just my listeners. Now, you can upgrade your bathtub into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zintex. Now, this can help the older folks in your life, and a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. Now, Zintex, they've got a great offer, a great special just for you. You mentioned WTN. You are going to get a free Kohler toilet and get $999 off your bathroom project, or enjoy no interest for 2 years. Again, when you reach out to Zintex, you mention WTN, you mention my name, that free Kohler toilet, and get $999 off your bathroom project, or enjoy no interest for 2 years. Whatever works best for you. Zintex.com, Zintex, Zintex.com. $8:35, Nashville's Morning News. Joan,
What's that?
you have got to listen to the really dirty trick that Chris Hand played on me just a scant few moments ago.
Oh, I did. I actually.
Do you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
I was really. I had a
Did
good
you
laugh.
think it was funny? It wasn't funny.
Yeah,
it wasn't
was.
funny at all. By the way, did I pronounce scant correctly?
You did?
Did I? Okay, good.
Well, that's because it was only one syllable.
You know, I got a really funny joke from the super text line, which is now I've basically signed out of the super text line for the day. I can't take it anymore.
I logged in.
Did you? Okay, thank you, Chris. That's
You're
awesome.
welcome.
Great. Anyway, a very funny joke from a super texter coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mendes here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, when I came to Nashville, I was suffering from chronic back and neck pain. They helped me at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They can help you as well. $12 for a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment, all only for $12. So if you've got back and neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, they can help you with their state-of-the-art, non-surgical spinal decompression. No surgery, no spinal injections, and no painkillers. Call them today, 615-246-5009. Tell them Dan Mendes told you to reach out, 615-246-5009. Painisbad.com.
Wow, what a mess 65 North is this morning. It is backed up all the way from, Lanton, the Lanton area, all the way into Nashville this morning. And it's all caused by a crash on 65 northbound at I-440. That's the exit 80. The Gore is blocked off there. You're going to find lots of delays around it. It is very slow going on 24 this morning in many spots, especially through the Laverne area. Just heavy volume reported there. And you've also got an accident in East Bank, James Robertson Parkway at I-24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, it is 8:38. Nashville's Morning News on Super. It is amazing, Joan. You've been working with me for how long now? About a year at least?
We're almost at anniversary point.
Okay.
What are you going to get her?
Hopefully better shows. It is amazing how quickly things on this radio broadcast can spiral out of control so quickly.
Yeah.
So I was just doing the Zentex ad where you get a free Kohler toilet when you mention WTN. Guy says, how appropriate, Dan, for your show, because it goes down the crapper every day.
Oh.
At that point, I said, I'm done.
Oh.
No more super text for me today. You know, in fairness, I've heard every single host on this station, past and present, mispronounce stuff. You know what the thing is, though, about my mispronunciations? Or is it mispronunciations? Is that it's that with me, it is done so spectacularly. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, you do it with a lot of confidence.
I do.
That's how you get away with it, though. Like if you can say it with confidence.
Did you see the super? I didn't say it with confidence when I tried to. The funny thing is, I still can't say it. Authoritarian.
There you go. You did it.
Did I do it?
No.
Nailed it. Authoritarian.
Chris, say tour.
Tour.
So, Chris and I both said it right, didn't we, Joan? Authoritarian?
Did I say it wrong too?
Authoritarian?
No, you kind of skip over the I sound in the middle.
You know what?
Authoritarian.
It's okay because I've banned that word from my vocabulary.
Okay.
TB on the text line wants to know who your favorite baseball player is. Said his is Arthur-tarian.
I got the tour recommended. Super texter Sally said that Dan may not be able to pronounce authoritarian, but Chris Hand cannot pronounce tour.
There you go.
Got a text from James. Said, "Don't worry." The other day, Murphy was talking to Blackburn. Said, "You're going to run for the governor of Alabama."
He did. I
did
heard.
say
See, that's the thing. It's moments like that that make me feel better about myself.
There you go.
And Murphy can found out more information.
Ooh.
In his recorded ad.
There's a commercial that apparently runs where Murphy Show says
found out more information.
You can found out more information online.
That's okay. What was the other word that oh my goodness.
Equity? That one tripped you up.
Equity. Well, see, when I shanked equity just a few moments ago.
Equity.
It was because I was still thinking about the other word that I'm no longer going to say. And so, but that's how it goes. Everything just starts, completely cratering. He let out an F-bomb.
I heard it on the air.
So he's just messing with us. So Chris did two things that were funny today. Joan said that Chris was going to be late because of problems on I-24.
Yeah, I heard it in the traffic report.
So every day.
Yeah, the one where I threw you under the bus, Chris?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Every day, it's the same thing with me and Chris. This is behind the scenes. I'm going to the bathroom. Chris is sitting in the newsroom. I can't see Chris. But I say, hey, Chris. He always says, hey, back. So I say, hey, Chris. Nothing.
Crickets.
Silence. And I'm like, did I actually say, oh, shh?
I think you did.
Like, oh, no.
It was more like
Of all the days when I'm completely butchering words, Chris is going to be late. And that leaves more time for me to suck some more. And so then I turned the corner, and there was Chris. Very good. Very well played.
You're welcome.
And then I came in, and he said, you said, man, are you guys going to get in trouble?
I said, you're going to get in trouble for that, are you?
Yeah. And I said, for what? And he says, for the F-bomb that you let on the air. And I'm like, and then I started arguing with him. I know darn right well he's messing with me.
We were sweating a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, some real news here. CNN is saying 3 dead in that flooding in East Tennessee.
Goodness gracious.
More than 6 inches of rain fell. 3 dead, including a child in Tennessee flooding.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, that storm that came through the, here in Middle Tennessee started about 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was just relentless.
Yep.
And I'm sure that there's a lot of people that were woken up by the lightning and the thunder and all of that.
Totally caught by surprise on the roads. Like,
yeah.
I did not expect to not be able to see. That rain was coming down so hard. So hard.
And I saw a whole bunch of sky to ground lightning. and it was just really bad.
And I got to tell you, it's not out of here. Like in this immediate area, yeah, it is. But if you travel down toward the Tullahoma, Manchester, McMinnville area, it is still pouring cats and dogs.
All right, very good. Chris is smirking, and I'm a little worried as to why.
People are making fun of me on the text line.
Oh, are they good?
I didn't
Let's
want to
hear it.
interrupt actual news, though.
Yeah.
It probably looked weird, though, because you're talking about flooding, and this slow smile creeps across my face
Yeah,
on
I'm
the
like,
YouTube
oh,
stream.
no, what is Chris going to say? What are people making fun of you for the word tour?
No, they're saying I break twice an hour for the noose.
You do that.
I know.
You always say that. You say noose, and I don't know why you do that.
What do you mean? I don't say anything weird.
You
Say
do.
noose.
You say noose.
News.
I'm hearing noose.
I'm hearing noose.
It's all right.
But they're also suggesting, Dan, say inconspicuous.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Inconspicuous?
Nailed it.
What about Worcestershire sauce?
Worcestershire sauce.
That's the correct pronunciation. It's ire.
Yeah, it's
No, it's
Worcestershire.
not.
Worcestershire.
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 No, Worcestershire.
It's Shire, man.
Where's the two E's back to back in sheer? It's Worcestershire.
Wrong.
Yeah, you guys
Worcestershire.
can be wrong.
You know what, Sam?
And it's
Look
not
it up.
tour.
Look it up. Look it up with that
It's
lady that
tour.
pronounces stuff.
You use the Google thing?
Yeah, the Google where the lady says it.
Do you
Worcestershire.
use that often?
What?
The Google lady?
Clearly not. All right, real quick. Make sure I'm up. This is John. You know John Oliver?
Heard of him.
So apparently Chuck Schumer has this really weird thing that he does where he has made up some constituents, and John Oliver called him out.
Hold on. Wait. A Democrat lying?
I know, it's crazy.
But I actually want to talk less about Chuck Schumer himself and more about two of his favourite people, Joe and Eileen Bailey. They're a couple that throughout Schumer's career, he has talked about a lot.
They're a middle-class couple in Massapequa, which is a suburb on Long Island. Joe and Eileen Bailey, this middle-class couple, they bought into Reagan Republicanism in 1980. Joe and Eileen are worried about losing their jobs or their friends' jobs.
The Baileys really don't believe in trickle-down. They don't believe in a whole lot of government spending, but they believe in tax breaks for kids to go to college.
He's an insurance adjuster and lives in the New York suburbs. By New York standards, he makes $50,000 a year. If he lived in the middle of the country, he'd make $40,000. Wife works in a medical office. She makes about $20,000. She might make $15,000 elsewhere. And you know, I have guided my political life through the Baileys.
The Baileys have guided Chuck Schumer's political life, which is a little weird given they don't exist. Seriously, he invented them.
Yeah, he invented these people, and he's been talking about them for decades.
What happened? Did a Democrat staffer make this is your typical voter? And kind of like we do that at the radio station. We'll break it down, the listener profile. Okay, they're probably this age. They're making this kind of money. This is what they look like.
Yeah.
So somebody did that for him, and then he went, wow, these look like great people.
Yeah, and he just
ran with it for 20 years.
For 20 years.
Schumer first introduced the world to the Baileys in his 2007 book, Positively American, Winning Back the Middle-Class Majority, One Family at a Time. In it, he mentions the Baileys an astonishing 265 times.
Oh, my gosh. Now, here's my hot take on this, is that Chuck Schumer, he can't lower himself to speak to actual constituents, so he makes it up.
Well, he makes everything up. What do you think is more offensive, him and the way he cooks hamburgers, or him making fun of the Baileys?
We actually talked about that earlier. And do you know what some people put on hamburgers?
What's that?
Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, is that?
All right. So do we have a pronunciation from the Google pronunciation lady?
I don't agree with Google.
Because you're wrong. Many texters are saying that they call it wash your sister sauce.
Wash your sister sauce.
I've gotten about literally 3 or 4 of these.
How many of those texts are coming from Alabama?
Nick, you never know.
All right, so can we play the Google lady? Let's see what she says.
She says Worcestershire. All right. I don't want to. It hurts.
Sam.
Here's the deal, though. Joan is from the north, and Chris is from the north. A couple of northerners, they don't know how to say stuff.
The Great North, according to some texters.
So you're gonna play it? You're just gonna.
Worcestershire.
There you go.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Play it one more time. Shut up, John.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. That's not right.
It is. It is.
It's really not. Whatever.
Just take the bullet. Really?
What am I in Memphis?
It'd be more than one if you were in Memphis, Dan.
Chris was telling me about this. I'm not
fast cash C money, baby.
Fast cash C money.
R.I.P.
Yes. So I was considering talking about it, and then I asked Sam, "Is this dude an actual rapper?" Because a lot of these guys are like
Fast Cash
wannabe
See Money.
rappers.
No, they got some subs. They're doing all right.
Fast Cash See Money.
Yeah, he's one half of the Fast Cash Boys.
Oh, it's a whole group?
Yep. Well, it's a duo.
Do they run a quick loan business on the side?
No, they don't. They don't.
Right.
I think they were running some sort of business on the side. The way they turned that neighborhood into Baghdad.
Oh yeah,
when he was gunned down, dude. It was crazy.
So there's a video of it. You gonna tweet it out?
Well, I played it on the show yesterday.
Okay.
But I mean, it's just a lot of gunfire.
You hear what happens in these cities and the videos, and it's just like boom, 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 boom. And you're right, it does sound like Baghdad.
And you wonder why the local residents aren't like, hey, can you come to Memphis next, please, Mr. Trump?
That's the thing. I would be willing to bet if you put on, armor, bulletproof vest, maybe a helmet, and you walk through the streets of Memphis in the bad areas,
you get robbed for your armor and your bulletproof vest and your helmet.
And your recorder, because I want you to ask people, hey, what would you think about Donald Trump bringing the military in or the National Guard in to get rid of all these bad guys? What would you say? I'd be willing to bet a lot of them would say yes.
Oh, 100%. I was watching some resident videos out of D.C. Older black woman, probably in her 60s, 70s, early 70s. She's like, I'm too old for this. I'm so grateful that Donald Trump has come in and federalized the police force because somebody like me, I need some help staying safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, because those streets aren't safe. They
No, they're
clearly are not safe. It is 8:50, Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news coming up.
Yeah, got a flood watch for much of Nashville, the Nashville area through 7 o'clock tonight. We'll tell you what's happening there. And yeah, we will take a look at what's going on in Chattanooga where the rain continues to fall. That and more here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here at 8:50. Well, it is officially moving season, a time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap, of course. But the first thing you should do when moving into your new home is to make sure that the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It is super quick and easy to set up as well. And then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. Now, you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Dan Mandis here. Hello. 854. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee, as we know, can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. They are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, you can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. Hey, 856. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I got a note from the home office.
Uh-oh.
On the, no, you know what she says? It's Worcestershire. So even Amy is chiming in with yet another, you're wrong, Dan.
Yeah, you can't, it's not Worcestershire. We're not doing a Lord of the Rings thing here. We're just not. TB texted and he said, make it easy on yourself, Dan. Just use A1 sauce.
Steak sauce. That's what it is, man. It's
That's
steak
what it
sauce.
is. That's what it is. And then we're getting a lot of texts about individuals asking me to say Massachusetts towns.
Okay.
Like Peabody and Worcester.
Yes. And Worcester is spelled
Worcester.
Worcester. That's right. Worcester.
Yeah. Just like the sauce.
I applied for a job in Worcester.
Oh,
or
dude,
Worcester.
you dodged a bullet.
Well, I was like 19, so.
You still did. 100%. 100%.
Let's see here. So go ahead and do park the car.
Park the car. Park the car.
Park the car.
Passing my khakis.
Your khakis, don't you wear them on your legs?
Yeah, your car keys, yeah.
Tell me you're taking your bag to your room.
Huh?
Bag to your room.
I'm going to take my bag to my room?
Rum.
Rough.
So suddenly me attempting to say authoritarian is
still pretty bad. Still pretty bad.
Just I can't do it, man.
Still pretty shame.
You did a wicked piss of job today, Dan. Good job. Good job, bud. Good job, guy.
When this show goes in the crapper, it really does go in the crapper.
No wonder Busy Bee's offering a free toilet.
That's Zentex.
Oh, be careful.
Zentex is offering. It is appropriate, though, if you think about it.
It is.
Yeah.
The first time that I read that, I actually started giggling a little bit because I just thought, that is so perfect for the morning show.
It fits.
All right, let's see. What are we doing? What do you got coming
We're going to talk about the Texas Democrats that bent the knee. We're going to talk about the fallout in D.C., the federalization of the police force. Plus, there's a rumor online. Did John Brennan flee to Austria? We'll talk about all that and more.
No.
That's what I'm hearing.
Huh.
Some actually very high-profile people are making this case.
Really?
Yep.
All right, do you have the audio? Do you have this knucklehead?
Tell us what the chain of command is now. What does that mean?
The chain of command lady?
I played that in real time yesterday.
Oh, did you? Was that in real time yesterday?
It was beautiful.
How does she not know what the chain of command is? Pamela Smith.
She's an idiot. She was the chief equity officer before she got the chief gig. So I don't
know
want to
she
say
was.
she's a DEI hire, but she's a DEI hire.
She has significant experience as a law enforcement person.
Does she?
She does. 1998, she began her career as a patrol officer.
They didn't have chain of commands back then.
Apparently, You know, they may have had a chain of commands when she was a canine handler.
Maybe.
Or maybe chains,
Maybe.
just not chain of
You
commands.
talking to me like a dog? Ma'am? Ma'am, no.
This is a Wendy's.
Yes.
On and on.
Tell us what the chain of command is now?
What does that mean?
That's so funny.
Nobody knows. It's a mystery, actually.
What does that even? I don't even understand how.
Ma'am, this is part of the problem. This is why we're federalizing D.C.
Yes, that is exactly right. All right, real quick. This one too. I've been having fun with Simone Sanders today.
You don't think more police make streets safer?
No, Joe. I'm a black woman in America. I do not always think that more police make streets safer. When you walk down the streets of Georgetown, you don't see a police officer on every corner, but you don't feel unsafe. So what is it about talking about places like Southeast D.C., right? Ward 8, if you will, that people say, well, we need more officers to make us safe. I think we have to rethink what safety means in America.
Rethink what safety means in America. I don't understand that. Like, what does she mean by that?
I don't know.
You got some gray in your beard.
I do. I got a lot of
I'm
gray
gonna
in
start
my
calling
beard.
you Graybeard.
I Googled the demographics of Georgetown.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. You gonna have that coming up next?
I don't know. I'm just when she said,
you know, maybe
she said, "Why do I feel safe in Georgetown?" I thought to myself,
There's a reason for
what
that.
are the demographics of Georgetown?
All right. Very good. Chris Hand, gonna call him Graybeard, is coming up next.
Is that what you're gonna do? Yeah.
Actually, no, I'm not, because I have a lot of gray in my beard too.
Yeah.
Just wait till you're my age. See how bad it'll be.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Words of encouragement from Dan Mandis.
9 o'clock on WTN.